move to this side for now. Member Duplessis, can you see the screen? Can you see? I think when we break, the screen must be moved a bit more to the middle. So let's just allow Member De Lange to move quickly. She'll come and sit here. Is there somebody that can just help move Member De Lange's name tag there, please? Oh, we're going to do it. Okay. Sorry about that, Member De Lange, but at least you can see, and they'll sort out the screen during the course of the meeting. So on that note, let me hand over to Stimbiso just to take us through the agenda quickly. Stimbiso, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the agenda, on number 4 is the presentations by the Department of Transport and Logistics. First on 4.1 on the committee questions on the adjustment appropriation bill. Then on 4.2 on the revised annual performance plan for 22-23. Then on 4.3 on the provincial challenges, the causes and proposed interventions on the functionality of traffic lights on provincial roads intersection. Then on number 5, the presentation by PRASA on the progress report on the corridor rehabilitation in the province. Then on number 6 is the presentation of the adopted forecast intervention study topic, which was emanating from the annual report. Number 7, the study on the political economy of transport. Number 8, the resolution tracking. Number 9, NCOP and provincial bills. Number 10, petitions. Number 11, correspondence. And number 12, the date of the next meeting and adjournment. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Stimbiso. Honourable members, that's reports, that we bring those forward, replace and then above 4, and all other items follow after that. And I also want to propose that once we've dealt with the 2 research reports, that we then take a short break, maybe 20 minutes, 20-minute break, just to allow everybody to get inside, so that we can then start with the rest of the program. So, honourable members, I present to you the draft agenda with 2 amendments, 1 amendment, should I say, and I would ask if there's anybody that would want to move for the adoption of the agenda on that basis. Member Duplessis.
Chair, thank you very much. I'll move for the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you very much, Member Duplessis. So on that note, honourable members, we've agreed to move item 6 up, and on that note, I want to hand over to Fumlani, who will be taking us through the research analysis on the 3rd quarter report for 2022-2023, the financial year. And he will then also take us through, after that, the focus intervention study, the topic that we had chosen in our last committee meeting. And he will be presenting the outline of the program, a draft program for our consideration. May I just ask that somebody from the committee section just be able to direct people who may not be sure of whether we've really started or not, as to where they should go until we've taken our break. So on that note, from Lani, it's over to you on the 3rd quarter report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, committee members and fellow support staff of the committee. I'll be presenting the analysis of 3rd quarter report of the department and its entities, GMA and G Fleet Management. Just to take you through the presentation outline, the introduction, brief introduction. Then I'll jump straight to analysis on the department and entity achievements of APP targets, as well as financial performance of the department and its entities. Then I'll conclude. As I've already indicated, the analysis will reflect on the service delivery and financial performance of the Department of the Transport and Logistics and its entities, which are Hotel Management Agency, as well as G-Fleet Management. Just before I move to this slide, just to remind members that I'll also be raising concerns and questions as always, that will also be forwarding them to the department so that they can respond to those concerns and questions. Slide number 4, analysis on the department, as well as the entity's achievements in line with the APP targets, starting with the department itself and the administration program, which is the program number 1. At least in this quarter, the department managed to achieve the targets on the procurement, expenditure for the targeted groups, which are women, youth, and people with disability. They've been struggling to meet this particular target, but in this quarter, the quarter under review, they managed to achieve this particular target. I've also raised a concern with regard to some of the set targets that were not reported on in the quarter under review, and one of them is the two surveys that were indicated in the annual performance plan. They didn't report or give us the progress report with regard to these two surveys. And even in the previous quarter, the second quarter, they also didn't give us a progress report with regard to this. And we raise a concern to say it deceived the purpose of the an oversight and also reporting on the third quarter if they don't give us the progress report of this particular set targets. So I've raised the concern there to say that they should provide us with quarterly progress on these two surveys that they were indicated or that have been indicated in the annual performance plan. Moving to transport infrastructure program, the very same challenge that I've indicated in the administration program is also there in the transport infrastructure program. They didn't report or they didn't give us a progress report with regard to the following set targets. The first one be the number of transport planning studies, number of consolidated infrastructure plans, number of kilometers of surface roads visually assessed, number of kilometers of gravel roads visually assessed, and 3 detailed designs, as well as the number of surface roads rehabilitated. So they didn't give us a progress report with regard to this particular set targets, which is a concern because we as a committee should be able to conduct an oversight on quarterly basis when it comes to all these set targets, particularly on transport infrastructure program, which is a service delivery program. With regard to EPWP jobs that were created, according to the report of the department, they're saying they did not achieve EPWP jobs in construction projects, and according to the report, they're saying this was due to court interdicts for K60, K156, and K148, and they're also saying they failed to meet this particular set target due to invalid submissions in K31. So I've indicated there to say that they should also provide us with a progress report with regard to this particular court interdicts and the issue of invalid submissions that they are referring to in K31. Moving to transport operations program, they exceeded the set targets in the number of bus roads that were subsidized in the quarter under review. This was due to additional 42 bus roads that were subsidized in this quarter under review. But in the report, they didn't list or give us at least the list of additional 42 bus roads that they're talking about. So as one of the questions that we'll be submitting to the department, they should provide us with the list of additional bus roads that were subsidized in the quarter under review. As I've indicated, additional 42 bus roads were subsidized in the quarter under review. Moving to transport regulation program, the revenue collection there, they failed to meet the set targets with regard to this particular output, and reason is indicated as due to outstanding amounts owed by the following municipalities: Tshwane, Sedibeng, and Ekurhuleni. So we should also get a report or progress report with regard to collection of the outstanding amounts from Tshwane, Sedibeng, and Ekurhuleni municipalities. Moving to Gautrain Management Agency, average number of rail and bus passenger was highly exceeded. Members will remember that we've been raising a concern with regard to this particular set target, but mainly around or during the COVID-19 period, the GMA was failing to meet this particular set target with regard to average number of rail and bus passenger. But in the quarter under review, it's commendable that they highly exceeded this particular set target. And I think it's important that as a committee we should ask the GMA to give us some sort of a report in terms of the implications of this in relation to patronage guarantee cost, and as well as upward adjustment of GMA budget. Members will remember that when I was presenting last week, I indicated that GMA received additional 200 million during the adjustment period. So considering that the average number of rail and bus passenger is increasing, what are the implications of that in relation to patronage guarantee cost? Moving to G-Fleet management, the percentage of in-service vehicle tracked was also not met. And according to the report of GMA, they are saying this was due to expiry of the contract of the service provider in December 2022. However, this was extended till end of March 2023 for handover purposes because they've also indicated that this provider. In terms of the average collection days with regard to revenue of G-Fleet management, they exceeded this particular set target as well as the revenue collection. This in a way indicates that the debt recovery strategy of G-Fleet could be working at the moment, considering that the revenue collection was exceeded. So I'll move to the financial analysis of the department and the entities, starting with the main vote itself, the Department of Transport and Logistics. I've indicated on the left and right, on the left and right of the this slide there, the percentage expenditure per quarter, so that the committee members can be able to see what has been going on right at the beginning, from beginning of the financial year to where we are in the third quarter. Just to go through this slide, in the first quarter, the department managed to spend 17% of the main appropriation. In the second quarter, it went up a little bit to 22%. In the quarter under review, the third quarter, they've managed to at least spend 25% of the main appropriation. So that means the department remains with a balance amounting to 36%. I've also indicated in the right-hand side of this slide the percentage contribution to the third quarter expenditure, just to see which programs contributed largely to the overall expenditure of the department in the quarter under review. As we can see, the Gautrain largely contributed to the overall expenditure of the department in the quarter under review, followed by transport infrastructure program, then transport operation, then administration program, and lastly transport regulation program by 3%. So as we can see in the quarter under review, Gautrain significantly contributed largely to the overall expenditure of the department, then followed by transport infrastructure program. I've indicated there that considering that the department remains with a balance amounting to 36%, it's likely to underspend the budget at the end of the financial year, considering that they do have a huge amount at the moment as a balance amounting to 36%. Moving to G Fleet Management Committee members, the percentage expenditure pattern per quarter for G Fleet, as we can see in the first quarter, it was somewhere around 24%. Second quarter, it moved to 46%. Members will remember that we also raised a concern with regard to such a huge expenditure in the quarter and in the second quarter. Then in the third quarter, it went down to 17%, and they remain with a balance amounting to 13%. I think they are likely to also overspend the budget in this case, considering that in the fourth quarter, they remain with only 13% to spend. So I think there is a huge possibility that they are likely to overspend the allocated budget at the end of the financial year. In conclusion, there is likely negative service delivery implications at the end of the financial year, particularly in the transport infrastructure program. And I think it's important as a committee that we should closely monitor the areas of concern in the fourth quarter. Thank you, Chairperson. I'll stop there.
Thank you very much, Stembiso. So, honourable members, that's the research analysis on the third quarter report. Sorry, from Lani I meant. From Lani, do you have the questions that you've... Okay. Yeah, so as you were going through it, I think they were on the document. So, honourable members, that's the presentation on the third quarter. And in the presentation from Lani has got particular questions that he's proposing be raised to the department. Can I then open up to members any discussion, perhaps any additional questions you may want to have included that are asked to the department? Let me open up to members. Member Du Plessis.
Thank you very much, Chair. Yes, just in consideration with the report that we just saw, I'm in agreement that, that the under-reporting of targets from transport infrastructures is definitely a problem, and we need to see a breakdown on that. Then also, Fulani in the report indicated that we need to know also, will the tracking of in-service vehicles be done by March 2023, and then also on the spend of G-Fleet, if we could just add that we can see a breakdown of exactly what that expenditure was for, especially in the second quarter on that 46% spend. Thank you.
Member De Lange.
Chair, thank you very much. I think, it's important on the spending and the possible overspending that's pending. What measures are taken to manage this so that we don't just sit back and say, they're most likely going to overspend? They're already at 13%. So I think it's important that we know what are we dealing with and how it's going to end up. Then if we look at the disabilities, the achievements, also we need to understand what are the implications financially in this program and the need for more funding as it's growing substantially, obviously. I think we also need to manage and do the planning so that we also know more or less what are we dealing with. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Member De Lange. I think from my side, I'm pretty much covered by the questions that you've put together from Lani. I think the critical area that we do need to get a lot more detail on is the possibility of under-expenditure for the financial year. But I think you've covered that there as well. But I think we need to highlight that. But otherwise, I think I'm fairly adequately covered. So from my side, I have nothing else. I think therefore we can agree that those are the questions from Lani. I don't know if there's anything you want to say, just based on what members have raised. If not, we can move to the next presentation. So I think if we're fine on that, then Members, that was the presentation on the third quarter. It's the analysis, including questions that we will put to the department. Obviously there may be other matters we might want to raise when we are interacting with the department. So I think then, Fumlani, can we then move on to the second item that you're dealing with, and that's the focus intervention study, and it's really the proposed program and plan around that FIS study. Thanks, Fumlani.
Thank you, Chairperson, once again, and committee members. This is also sort of like a short presentation on the adopted FIS topic. We adopted this topic last week. The adopted focus intervention study topic has to do with the state of readiness on green transport by the Department of Transport and Logistics. And just to say that this topic is emanating from the annual report process of 2021-22 financial year. In terms of the outline, the introduction, background, concerns, purpose and objectives, then I'll look at the proposed activities, then I'll conclude. So I've already indicated the purpose of this analysis is to provide the framework for the committee to carry out the adopted FIS topic on the state of the readiness on the green transport, focusing on the hydrogen-powered vehicles as well as the electric vehicles. Starting with the background, I did some sort of a research, desktop research, and what I've noticed is that the electric vehicles trend is a reality and is projected to overtake the current internal combustion engine vehicles in the near future. I've also indicated some of the types of the electric vehicles that I came across in some literatures. Internationally, they do have battery electric vehicles, hybrid electric vehicles, plug-in hybrid electric vehicles, extended range electric vehicle, as well as the hydrogen fuel cell electric vehicles. Those are the types that are currently we do have in the entire world currently with regard to electric vehicles. I've also noticed when I was going through the literatures that they are saying the key players in the sale market has been China, Europe, North America, South Korea, and Japan. And in terms of the lead, China has been indicated as the country which is leading in terms of the sales, and then followed by Europe at large and in sales of electric vehicles. So let's look at what has been happening in the country with regard to green transport. Firstly, the department itself, members will remember that the department launched Smart Mobility 2020, entitled Growing Gauteng Through Smart Mobility. This Smart Mobility is anchored around 3 strategic focus areas of infrastructure, operations, and institutions, and these focus areas are underpinned by technology, green transport, which includes non-motorized transport. So moving to the national departments focusing on the Department of Trade and Industry. This department is currently in the process of developing a green paper entitled The South African Road to Production of Electric Vehicles, Delivering for the People, for the Planet, for the Prosperity. That's what the Department of Trade and Industry is championing at the moment with regard to the green transport. The green paper is not yet finalized, so that's what they are currently doing. And also SARS is also responsible for regulations and also responsible for the development of automotive production development program, which is mainly about the regulations of green transport or electric vehicles. I also looked at the National Association of Automobile Manufacturers of South Africa, NAMSA. They are currently developing, or they've already developed, the South African Automotive Master Plan 2035, which also include the issue of green transport. So what are the concerns with regard to this particular issue? It's a lack of progress in response to the green transport by the department. And these are some of the questions that as a committee, we should, not only committee, but as a country, we should be asking ourselves with regard to the development of green transport in general in the country. The first one is scouting. As the smart province ready for this inevitable innovation? Is an electric vehicle policy support really surging in the province? Is the building of sustainable infrastructure really speeding up in the province? Those are some of the questions that as a committee I think we should be raising so that we can be able to realize the following objectives of this particular focus intervention study. As I've already indicated, the purpose of this particular focus intervention study is to conduct an in-depth understanding of the provincial department on the state of the readiness on the green transport, focusing on the hydrogen-powered vehicles, as well as electric vehicles in the province. So the objectives of this particular focus intervention study are to discover the state of the readiness by the department. Secondly, to contribute towards the development and implementation of framework, policies and regulations on the green transport in the province. The following slide indicates the proposed activities that as a committee can undertake to sort of like realize the objectives of this particular focus intervention study. I think it's important that we invite the following stakeholders to present on the green transport. Firstly, as I've already indicated in the background, we can invite SARS to present on the regulations. We can also invite the National Association of Automobile Manufacturers of South Africa on the manufacturing hydrogen-powered vehicles and electric vehicles, and they can also present on the strategic plan that I've indicated, 2035. We can also invite National Department of Trade and Industry to present on the green paper, auto green paper that I've indicated in the background. We can also invite the National Department of Transport to also sort of like explain their role as they are also the implementing agency, and the department itself, the provincial department, will also present as they are also an implementing agency. In conclusion, I think it's important that we carry out this particular topic as it will also contribute towards the development and the implementation of green transport in the province, with a view that this will cut the emission of gases for the preservation of environment in the province. I'll stop there, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Phumlani. And I think it's a very clear process that you're outlining for our consideration, together with relevant parties that could be invited. So may I check with members if there's any additions you want to make to the concept document? Can I check with members? Member Du Plessis?
Gee, thanks. Now, I don't want to add anything. I just want to say that it's really sorry that we're not seeing Africa as a role player in the key stakeholders or role players when it comes to this development, seeing that a number of base metals that are used in the production of these vehicles come from Africa. So yeah, that's one thing that we need to look at, that that we should play a bigger role in that kind of new technology. Thanks.
Member De Lange?
Chair, thank you very much. If I can start off by adding to what Member Du Plessis just said, it also crossed my mind that when we go this route, I think it's very important, and I see Gauteng as the leading province, as we are the economic hub of South Africa as well. To play the leading role there, we need to take the rest of the African countries with us to ensure that they are also ready for this, not just here. So we must not just focus locally, because people will use their vehicles to go across the borders and use it up in Africa. A lot of people tour and they visit. Some move there, some work there. So I think it's important that we don't just look at South Africa, but we also take the neighboring countries and African countries with us. And it is exciting to think that Gauteng is the leading province, as we always are. And I think we should maintain that, that status. What I also wanted to ask, it was about the invites of the contributing parties, the AA, and certainly other parties that we can think of. It will come to mind later. That we also need to invite to be part of this process. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Member Dalanga. Thank you very much, Member Du Plessis.
Sorry, Chair,
Member Dalanga.
if I may, I'm sorry.
Sure.
I just wanted to say, how much are the universities that does breakthrough work on this, if they are involved in these processes as well? I think it's important if we look at that as well. These are youngsters or very curious and clever people, also to bring them on board and make sure that we've got as wide as possible range in this. Thank you.
Thanks very much. I think from Lani, you would have captured those. I mean, there's a proposal that we consider inviting the AA. I think they're quite an important body to invite if they wish to come. I think also to identify perhaps work that the CSIR might be doing, and maybe if there's one of the universities here in Gauteng or any of the universities that might be doing work around this. In addition to that, I do think that we also need to see if anybody could interact with us on the impact that the introduction of electric vehicles, and that, there's a target by when you're supposed to phase out petrol run vehicles, etc. So what is we need to understand what is the impact going to be on motorists. Not everybody would necessarily be able to afford a new car. So we need to understand what are the impacts? How do we prepare around that? What preparation needs to take place? While I'm sitting here, I'm just thinking of the taxi industry and the impact on an industry like that. So I think if somebody, and I'm not sure, there may well be a section in the department that they may be able to assist us on that. But I think we need to try and find somebody or an organization that can just talk to us and take us through the impact of the phasing out of vehicles run on fuel that we've all so used to, and the phasing in and eventually total domination of motorists using electric vehicles. So I think we need to get a sense of that. I think otherwise I'm covered, but I would imagine that certainly from the department side, the infrastructure that is required around the province and how that will be rolled out, I think that's probably covered there. So I think if there's nothing else from members, I think you've captured the points that we've raised. But I think besides that, we are quite happy with the document and the plan that you've put to us. So I think on that note, we accept what you've given us with the additional items. So on that note, members, I think we've then dealt with the two reports that we wanted to deal with, which were in-house matters. So I do see that we've got some of our guests that are arriving and are coming in. Maybe just to indicate, we're about to conclude now the first part of our committee meeting. we've been dealing with some in-house committee matters, and we felt that we should deal with that before everybody arrives. We're going to take a break now. We're going to adjourn. We started at just on almost 9 o'clock to deal with these two reports. So we're going to take a slight break, probably about a 20-minute break, thereabouts. So it's now, I'm looking at the time, it's 9:46, so around about, probably about 10 past 10. We'll probably resume. It's just to allow everybody else to come in. So just in case you're wondering, we started earlier with our own internal business. On that note, honourable members, and to the committee section, we'll adjourn now, and let's work on at about 10 past 10 that we reconvene. That gives us sufficient time as well. Thank you very much, and on that note, the meeting is adjourned until 10 past 10. Thank you. Good morning. Can everybody hear me? Good morning to everybody. Good morning to the members of the committee that are here. We're now starting the second part of our committee meeting. But I would like to firstly use this opportunity, as I've already indicated, to welcome all the members of the Portfolio Committee. The Committee Support staff have already welcomed you, so let me welcome you again. I would also like to welcome the Department of Roads and Transport that are here. The team from, in fact, it's no longer Roads and Transport, now Transport and Logistics. My apologies for that. And welcome the CFO, Ms. Gololo, who's leading the delegation of Team Transport and Logistics that's here today. We also have PRASA here. And I'd like to welcome Mr. Ngabutle and the team. Welcome. And I'm sure when you present, you'll introduce the team that's with you. The same with Ms. Gololo, the CFO from Transport and Logistics. When we get to your item, you would introduce your team. We're expecting the ward councillor, Councillor Mota. Is Councillor Mota here? No, we're trying to find out where the ward councillor is, but in particular, I want to welcome all of you that are here. Some of you I know have come from around this community hall. Some of you are with commuter rail organizations that have come to join us today. And you are the most important guests here. You're the most important people here with us today. So we want to welcome all of you and thank you for coming. Before I go any further, if anybody needs translation, we do have translation services. And the languages that the translation is from English into Sesotho, Sepedi, isiZulu, isiXhosa, Tshivenda, Xitsonga, and I think there's Afrikaans as well. Is there anybody who would want to make use of the translation services? Can you just put your hands up? All right. There is a team at the side there. They will distribute these handsets. This will enable you to listen in the language of your choice, as I've already indicated. If you would like a headphone and one of these devices to enable you to listen to the proceedings translated, you can raise your hand and they will bring these to you. But if nobody needs them and you find listening in English, that's also all right. But if you do feel you want to make use of this, just put your hand up and they will bring one of these through to you. So we just wanted to indicate that right at the start. It's the problem when you're dealing with lots of papers and so on. But firstly, I think we should just indicate why we are here and what is the main purpose of this portfolio committee. The members over here with me, and maybe what I should do is allow them quickly to introduce themselves. We are a multi-party committee. We are representing different political parties here. But when we are here in a portfolio committee, we work as a team in doing our oversight work over the Department of Transport and Logistics in Gauteng. So I'm going to allow each member just quickly to introduce themselves. I'm going to start with the member right at the end there to introduce herself, coming along, and then we'll proceed after that. Thank you very much.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Alfina Ndlovana. I'm the member of this committee.
Good morning, everybody. Welcome here. Ever du Plessis, also from the GPL.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Fred Nell, and I'm a member of the committee.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Member De Lange. I'm a member of this committee.
And as I indicated just now, my name is Greg Schneeman. I'm also a member of this portfolio committee on transport and logistics, and I also chair this particular portfolio committee. And just to reiterate, all of us here are members of the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. Our main reason for this committee meeting here today is we've got 4 different presentations we're going to get. We're going to hear from the Department of Transport and Logistics, and they will be taking us through a presentation on the adjustment appropriation bill. That's an adjustment in the budget and amounts that have been given to the department, and they'll be taking us through that. And then the portfolio committee members will have an opportunity to ask any questions or engage on that particular presentation. The second presentation that we'll be receiving from the department deals with what we call a revised annual performance plan. I'm not going to explain that because when the presentation is done, you will get an understanding as to what the revised annual performance plan is. But an annual performance plan, really, it's the plans that the department would have set out for the year. But when there's a change in budget, either they receive more money or some of the funds are taken away, they have to revise those annual performance plans. So that's what it's about, and when the presentation is done, you'll get a very clear understanding as to what they are talking about and what the annual performance plans are. And then the last presentation from the department is a presentation, and they're going to be presenting to us and taking us through some of the challenges they're experiencing at intersections, robots on provincial roads. There are a number of areas around Gauteng where some of the robots no longer work, not because of load shedding or anything, but because cables have been stolen and other damage has been caused to the infrastructure and happens on an ongoing basis. So let me just give you an example. Out near the Lanseria airport, there's a robot that was erected there when that road was upgraded. Every time the robot was switched on, a day or two later, the cables were stolen. And then they would go and reinstall the cables. A couple of days later, cables were stolen again. And so now that particular robot has been changed into a 4-way stop street. But there's a problem around the province, particularly where these robots are in isolated areas and away from suburbs or away from houses. There's a huge problem going on. And a couple of weeks ago, I had the opportunity of going out to the R55 in Midrand, where there's been some serious accidents because of the fact a whole lot of robots there just don't work anymore. And all of them don't work because cables are being stolen. So we've asked the department to come and present to us. So they must explain to us what are the challenges and what are the solutions that they are looking at, so that we can ensure that these intersections are able to function properly, traffic can flow properly. So that's the third presentation. And then we've invited PRASA, the Passenger Rail Association Agency of South Africa, who are here. Now, the portfolio committee, as a portfolio committee, we interact with PRASA on a fairly regular basis throughout the year. They don't account to us, and we don't have an oversight role over PRASA. PRASA is a national entity, and PRASA would account and report on its work to the Portfolio Committee on Transport in the National Assembly. But here in Gauteng, we've taken a keen interest on rail operations, and we should take an interest because rail operations impact on the residents here in Gauteng. And we all know that there were some serious challenges during the COVID pandemic where, unfortunately, some individuals in society decided to go and vandalize and take away steel cables, vandalize stations. Some of them removed pieces of rail track, etc., which has created a major, major problem. And under the leadership of the National Minister of Transport, Minister Fikile Mbalula, together with PRASA, there's been a whole program in place to revitalize and refurbish these rail lines and get them operating again. And as a portfolio committee, we've been getting regular updates from PRASA. We took a train ride last year on a refurbished line, that was the Salisbury rail line, through to Pretoria Station. There's new trains that are being used now. And we decided that this committee meeting today should be here in Naledi. And the reason being is that in December, the Naledi rail line, Naledi to Johannesburg rail line, came back into operation. Some of you may know the National Minister actually came here to take a train ride through to from Naledi through to Johannesburg. There's new trains that have been manufactured that are in operation. And as a portfolio committee, one of the rail lines that PRASA indicated to us when we last met with them, probably in around about October last year, it was at Empress Palace, they indicated to us that the Naledi to Johannesburg rail line, which is a major rail line servicing Soweto and residents of Soweto, was almost ready to come back into operation. And so we felt it would be correct to have our committee meeting here, because after this meeting, we as a portfolio committee are going to take a ride on one of the trains. We'll probably do about 6 stations and then get off and then come back here, because we want to experience and get a sense as to how commuters are experiencing the rail line that's back in operation. So they will be doing a presentation to us. I want to just indicate to yourselves, particularly on the items related to the Department of Transport and Logistics, as a committee, we will ask questions. When PRASA has finished their presentation, we will open up to yourselves for any questions you may have. Even if it's related to the Department of Transport and Logistics, we will give yourselves an opportunity to raise particular questions that you may have. There may be questions about the Naledi rail line. There may be things you want to say about that. The transport officials are here from the Provincial Department, and PRASA are here, and we will allow yourselves an opportunity to engage as well. So in a nutshell, to yourselves as our guests and stakeholders, to the members and to PRASA and Transport and Logistics teams, that's the purpose of this portfolio committee meeting. And I must say that it's really nice to be here in Naledi. A number of the members were saying to me they really are glad that we came here, and particularly this community hall that we're in here as well. So on that note, what I want to do, I think I should also indicate that the MEC for Transport and Logistics, MEC Kediboni Diali Tlabela, is not able to join us today, but she will be in our next portfolio committee meeting, where we're actually going to get a report from the department on their performance in what we call quarter 3 of the financial year. So the MEC will be with us in the next portfolio committee meeting. I thought I should indicate for those members who've arrived after we started earlier on. So I don't want to waste any more time. I hope everybody understands what we are here for. And maybe just the last thing I want to say, one of the reasons why we bring our portfolio committee meetings directly to where communities are is because we also want to expose communities and community members to the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. We want to give you an understanding of how we do our work as public representatives, because whenever you vote in national and provincial elections, you know that you have 2 ballot papers. The one is for, I think it's 2 ballot papers, is it 3? It's 2 ballot papers, yeah. The one is for Parliament, for national, and the one is for the province. And when you vote on your ballot for the province, it doesn't matter what party you vote for. If the party you voted for got sufficient votes to have representatives in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, then you would have voted for somebody, possibly. One of the people representing a party here is here because of the vote that you cast when you voted in the national and provincial elections. And so it's important that residents of Gauteng, communities such as here in Naledi, have an understanding that we actually do our work and how we do our work and how committees operate. So I hope that when we are finished in this committee meeting today, that you will have a better understanding as to what the Gauteng legislature does and how we do our work in performing oversight and how we hold the provincial government to account. So that's why we come into different communities. And it's one of the things that this committee does on a regular basis. We go to different communities and we interact and engage. I know that, so just to indicate, I know that when some of you came, you would have been given a breakfast pack. I know there will be lunch afterwards. And I hope that as our guests here today, you will feel at home and you will enjoy being with us here in this committee meeting, and that'll be of benefit to you. So once again, to you, our important guests, we want to say welcome. And thank you for giving of your time, for coming here today, to come and observe how we do our work, but also to engage when we give you that opportunity a little bit later in the program. So I'm not going to waste any more time. What I want to do right now is go straight over to the Department of Transport and Logistics. You may be asking me, why am I saying transport and logistics? Well, last year, probably in around about November, I think it was, there were changes. There were new MECs that were appointed, and the Premier of the province, the leader of this province in terms of provincial government, Premier Panyaza Lusufi, made a decision that some of the departments should be changed and given new functions. And so it used to be called the Department of Roads and Transport. It's now called the Department of Transport and Logistics. And there's a specific function around the logistics issue, excuse me, and we as a committee probably will be briefed in the near future exactly what the department will be doing in terms of logistics. But, excuse me. Sorry about that. So what I want to do is call upon the CFO, that's the Chief Financial Officer. That's the person who's responsible to look after the finances of the department, Ms. Gololo. She is leading the team from Transport and Logistics here today. She's going to come up here, and I'm going to hand over to her once she's sat down, and they will be doing their presentations from here. Now, sorry about this. While when they do their presentations, those presentations will be shown on the screens. There's 4 screens. I hope you can all see clearly. You'll be able to follow the presentations and what they're discussing. And if something that you want to know about, as I said right at the end, we will then give everybody an opportunity to ask any questions you have, make a note of it, and then you'll be able to ask at the end. So on that note, Ms. Gololo, the CFO, once again, welcome to you and your team. And as I did say, if you could then also introduce the members of your team that are here. And we're going to hand over to yourselves. You've got the first presentation is dealing with the adjustment appropriation bill, and then we'll allow members to engage, and then we'll move to the revised annual performance plan. Again, allow members to engage, and then we'll come to the last report. So once again, Ms. Gololo, over to you, and thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, and good morning. And good morning to members of the Portfolio Committee. Good morning to the honorable members of the public. My name is Mampe Hololo. I'm the Chief Financial Officer of Transport and Logistics. And with me, allow me to introduce the team that is with me. I'm also, before I introduce the team, I'm also leading the delegation. In absentia, I will introduce our new head of department, is Dr. Tulani Mdatani. He just joined the department recently. He could not join us. The team that is with me is the team from the department and the team from Gautrain, sorry, it's our entity. Unfortunately, the team from G-Fleet, which is also one of the entities, could not join us. Now, with me from the department, I've got our 3 DDGs. I've got the DDG is Deputy Director General. I've got the DDG for roads and roads infrastructure, Mr. Maputi Mukobane. If you could just stand. He is responsible for the roads infrastructure, that is construction and maintenance. We also have our DDG for transport operations, Mr. Mutubatse. He is responsible for the public transport, that is the buses. He's also responsible for the licensing unit, that is the motor vehicle licenses, the driver's license, all of that, the regulations around that. He's responsible for that portfolio. Our 3rd DDG is Mr. Pule Sikawane. Mr. Skawan is responsible for corporate services, which is the support unit. That is where all our support units, except for finance, are housed. That is the human resources, the IT, the communications, security, logistics, all of that. In addition, we have representatives from stakeholder management and intergovernmental relations. I'll not mention their names. If they could just stand and you see them. You probably are familiar with the faces. We have our officials from communications. Thank you very much. And of course, we have officials from the roads infrastructure, that's technical. I think Mr. Ayase, I've seen Mr. Ayase. And we also have representatives from Office of the HOD. I think I've seen the representative from the Office of the MEC as well. Thank you very much. I'll move over to our representative from Gautrain. I've got the CEO, Mr. William Dax, and the CFO, Preston Mabena. Thank you very much. Now, we were requested as a department to respond to questions regarding the adjustments to the budget. And just before I go into the presentation to explain what actually the adjustments of the budget, I just want to indicate exactly what does it mean, the adjustment of the budget. At the beginning of the financial year, we would have issued a budget, the annual budget, and then midterm, there will then be an adjustment of the budget that will be informed by various changes that would have transpired during the course of the financial year. Without wasting time, I will start with the adjustment from the department. I'll start with the high level of the adjustment. In the department, at a high level, what happened was there was a downward adjustment to the budget from 8.7 billion to 8.5 billion, a downward adjustment of 137 million. And the 137 million overall was what was returned back to Treasury. In addition to the 137 million that was returned to Treasury, there were shifts, environments within the department that is moving funds from one unit to the other or one project to the other. And I will go through them program by program. In administration, there was an additional 26 million that was added to administration. Our administration, that's where the finance and corporate services is. In the infrastructure, there was a downward adjustment of 342 million on the infrastructure. We'll go into detail. And therefore, the budget was adjusted from 2.5 billion to 2.1 billion. In transport operation, the budget was just adjusted from 2.9 billion to 2.960. There was a downward adjustment of 16 million. Transport regulations, there was a downward adjustment of 4.1 million. And then for Gautrain, there was an adjustment, additional funds to Gautrain of 200 million. The budget was increased from 2.4 billion to 2.6 billion. Now, the next slide, we're talking through in detail exactly what informed the budget in administration, what necessitated the increment in the budget from 402 million to 428 million is that there was environment from program 3. We took from a Northwest Star, which is the bus subsidy, and we had to add to corporate services to fund the increase in legal fees. And also our Zwartkop, which is our training academy. We required additional funds, and as I've indicated, as a department, we are allowed to shift from one project to another internally as and when the need for funds are required. And that is what happened in the administration program. With regard to the transport infrastructure, this is where the construction of roads and maintenance happens, and this is where the significant adjustment happened. We experiencing challenges as a department, mainly because of the projects that have already been awarded, allocated funds, but because of disruptions, when we have like stoppages, when there's conflicts that cannot be resolved and the impact on the progress of the projects, when we have projects that have been awarded but they are interdicts because of issues that, and they don't mean they're right or wrong, but those issues impact on the projects, continuing. Because of those, and thirdly, because of delays in procurement that emanates, I think predominantly, we know we had COVID in 2020, but also internal deficiencies which the department is addressing. Because of all those issues, we experience a challenge in terms of spending on the budget for infrastructure. Hence, we had to adjust our budget downwards by the 342 million. The 200 million was shifted to GMA to fund what we call the patronage guarantee. I will not go so much into what is the patronage guarantee, but what I would like to explain is that the arrangements, the Gautrain, the foundation of the Gautrain, it is important for members to note that it is not a project for the department, it is a provincial department, but because it is about transport, it had to find a home where it has to be administered. And as a result, it was then located within the Department of Transport. So when decisions regarding the issues of the adjustment, like having to give additional 200 million, it wasn't a departmental decision. It is a decision that it comes from engagement with Provincial Treasury to say, there's a problem, there's an issue that needs to be resolved in Gautrain. And together with Provincial Treasury, it was agreed that because the department is facing challenges regarding the spending on infrastructure, instead of the Provincial Treasury having to go to other avenues, because the patronage guarantee, it has to be paid. It is a contractual agreement that was signed years ago when Gautrain was formed, and it's a contractual agreement that cannot be not complied with. So even if the Department of Transport was unable to give the 200 million because it was spending fully on all of its projects, Provincial Treasury, being the custodian of the finances in the province, would have had to come up with a solution for Gautrain to get that 200 million. So that 200 million would have been paid from somewhere else according to where Treasury would have found the money. The only reason why the 200 million was paid from the department currently is because the department had the excess funds because of the challenges of spending on its entire budget. Regarding the money that was referred back to, surrendered back to Provincial Treasury of the 137 million, this is an issue that does not sit well with the department. It does not sit well with everybody, including you, because this is money that has been allocated for projects. It's money that has been allocated for service delivery. And when the department is unable, for whatever reasons, to spend this money and the money goes back to Treasury, what it means is that service delivery was compromised. And that is an issue that the department is taking very seriously and working tirelessly to make sure once that the issues that currently resulted in us having to return money to Treasury are resolved speedily, that they don't recur in the next coming financial years. And therefore, the department is busy with, I wouldn't want to call it a turnaround, but basically the department is working tirelessly to address all the fundamental reasons, the root causes that actually results in the department not being able to deliver on its mandate. Now let me move on to the next program, which is transport operations. You will remember that there was money in administration that came from Northwest Star, that is the bus subsidy. And there also, because of the underspending on the bus subsidy, which is a grant that comes from National Department of Transport, but also there is a grant, a portion that comes from the provincial department, which we call the equitable share. There is underspending because of challenges that the department is also addressing. We took the 15 million from this to fund additional operational requirements in administration. And of course, approval was obtained. The relevant approvals to actually use this money were obtained from the relevant authorities. With regard to transport regulations, I will not go so much into detail. This was just internal shifts to actually just fund operational requirements, on day-to-day operational requirements. And that mainly had to do with the toll labs and the DLTCs. And of course, Gautrain, I've already spoken to the 200 million that was given to Gautrain to fund the patronage guarantee. I think with regard to responses to question 2, I've already spoken to that. The question was, we should actually indicate the projects that were affected by the budget cuts in transport infrastructure, transport operation, and transport regulations. I've spoken to the 15 million from transport operations. I've spoken to the transport regulation shifts. But let me talk to the transport infrastructure, specifically the projects that were where we actually made the cuts so that we could surrender to Treasury and also to the Gautrain. And the project that was impacted was the routine maintenance, roads maintenance. And this project was affected because of the procurement delays. The contract was awarded now in around Q3. And when looking at the budget that had been allocated for this project and looking at the time that we had until the financial year end, remember our financial reporting period ends 31st March 2023, we realized that we will not be in a position to spend the entire budget. And with interactions with Treasury, it was prudent that we surrender the 137 million so that it could be available for other projects. But I must also indicate the concern that has been raised to say, but when you return money to Treasury, then the budget is affected for the forthcoming year, and it means that the service delivery for the forthcoming year, it's also affected. And while we are concerned about that, we are engaging Treasury, especially because when it comes to service delivery, it cannot be that taxpayers are compromised. And therefore, when budgets are allocated, it is always very critical, and it is the one priority, the fundamental decision-making indicator factor that is considered, that service delivery is not compromised. So even when there are budget cuts that are being made, those budget cuts will mainly go to internal operations rather than to projects that are service delivery focused. However, as a department, we are still held accountable for compromising service delivery in that regard. This is just a repetition. In terms of the responses to question 4, I've already spoken to most of that because the question was about the implications of the budget cuts. Indeed, it's the implication on non-completion of the infrastructure projects, mainly because that's what we are about as a department. So we have a number of projects that have been interdicted. We have a number of projects that could not be completed because of inefficiencies. We have a number of projects that have not been completed because of disruptions, from community members, from other interested parties. And when the budget cuts are effected, they're not effected, the non-completion of the project, it's not a consequence of the budget cuts. The budget cuts are effected because of the non-completion of the projects that is anticipated because of the reasons that I've already alluded to. And that brings me to the end of the presentation regarding the budget adjustment on the department. I will now move on to the adjustment within GFleet. Now, just to give an overview of what is GFleet. GFleet is an entity within the department that is responsible for transportation. They are basically providing transportation. They're leasing out, renting out vehicles. That's what they are primarily doing. And GFleet, I must indicate also that they are not getting an allocation from the fiscus. They're operating based on the revenue that they are generating. But however, because they are an entity of the department, they are required to report similarly in the same way that the department is reporting on the budget adjustment. And overall, with regard to GFleet, I just want to go to this slide. The budget was actually increased, they adjusted from 804 million to 834 million. So it was adjusted upwards by 30 million. And then going backwards to just talk about what informed the budget adjustment, there was a 30 million downward adjustment on the purchasing of vehicles, and that is because of the challenges that G-Fleet is experiencing regarding delivery of vehicles. Ever since the COVID-19 in 2020, there has been a shortage, there has been challenges regarding the usual turnaround times regarding availability of vehicles. But of course, economic changes as well, issues, the global economic changes have also had an impact on the timeliness delivery of vehicles. These are vehicles where orders have already been placed, but they realize that those orders will not be made within the current financial year. There was also a 40 million downward adjustment on maintenance of vehicles, and that because the service provider, it's an outsourced service provider, which is West Bank, is also facing similar challenges of delayed turnaround on receipt of orders for the purpose of maintenance. And they are having serious backlogs. And as a result of those challenges that they're experiencing, G-Fleet realized that they will not be spending as they have expected on their maintenance, hence the 40 million downward adjustment on maintenance. There is also a 105 million upward adjustment to fund technical support services, and that is mainly because of the new contract on the vehicle tracking services. It's a transversal contract that G-Fleet is now participating on, and the tracking system is found to be more efficient, and hence the 105 million to fund the new tracking system. Okay. There were, of course, other adjustments for operational admin purposes, a 2.2 million that was added to the Office of the CFO to capacitate the Office of the CFO to ensure that G-Fleet gets a clean audit. There was a 3 million increase in funding, and the reason for that was to actually increase the issue of security on the premises of G-Fleet. So that actually is overall what informed the midterm adjustment on G-Fleet. With regard to now I'm coming to Gautrain, but with regard to Gautrain, I'm gonna ask that I ask the CEO of Gautrain, Mr. William Duck, to actually take us through the adjustments on Gautrain. Thank you, Chair.
Good morning, Honourable Chairperson, Honourable Members, and to all those attending today's meeting. Can I ask that the presentation be flighted, please? Chair, so the question which was asked us was in 3 parts. The first was to give feedback to the Committee on Ridership Trends, and then to talk about initiatives to increase ridership, and then finally to deal with the financial matters. But Chair, if I can take this opportunity to introduce this, because you as chairperson of this committee will well remember the journey that we've taken in terms of Gautrain ridership during COVID. and it started with your focused intervention study, I think in June 2020, if I remember correctly. 2021, I think, 2021. Now, as the CFO introduced, Gautrain is a provincial project that has a number of objectives. Yes, it is about moving people between the CBDs of Tshwane and Johannesburg and the airport and the 10 stations. But it's also an economic development project. And when we look back and we've analyzed the economic impact, we have a major, major contribution to the economy of Gauteng. And we have a major impact in terms of the jobs. So Gautrain supports 12,000 jobs directly and through its supply chain. So, Chair, when COVID came and hit, and you'll remember the Gautrain and PRASA services stopped. There were no trains running from, I think it was March 2020 for quite some time. We had to make a decision about what to do. And the decision that we made was that we would keep operating the Gautrain with very low passenger numbers. But I'm so proud to say that we did not lose one job. Everyone who went into that COVID, when COVID ended, we hadn't lost one single job. And every rand that we were given by the Treasury, we spent in terms of the economic impact. So buying goods and services. And again, we measure that impact. It has been a very big contribution in this province. And it's important for me to say that because when we talk about the money and where it comes from, it's also important to remember where it goes to. And that is, as I said, its economic impact. If I can turn then to ridership trends, and Chair, you'll remember we appeared before the committee 23rd of August last year, and we gave feedback, I think, what would have been the first quarter. And I'm very pleased to say that there has been, again, an increase in ridership on the Gautrain in terms of our post-COVID recovery. I've tried to put a table here that shows quarter-by-quarter growth for the rails and the bus and the midi buses. And Chair, again, if I can just pause for a moment to talk about the midi buses. We're the only agency in government that contracts directly with minibus taxi associations. So we have 8 routes that are run, the minibuses that are run by the taxi associations. They branded Gautrain, but the money they make is their money. And they're part of the Gautrain system. And you'll see that they are carrying around 140,000 passengers every quarter. So on this graph, you'll see that quarter 3, which is the last quarter which we had, there was a slight decrease. But again, Chair, that's got to be borne in mind that the December month is a very, very quiet month in terms of people moving around the province. So as at the end of the 3rd quarter, we've done a comparison with the whole of the previous financial year. We are 20% up on rail ridership, 26% up on bus, and 5% up on minibuses. And we still have the 4th quarter to go. So I think those are pleasing indicators of where we are. Russell, next slide, please. This is the graph. Chair, this goes all the way back to when we started full service in 2012. And if you have a look, the ridership was around every month about 1.5 million. And then COVID, it dropped right down to 0. And we are on that recovery path again. And again, that dip right at the end, that's the Christmas break. So we're seeing good growth. This is our weekday average passengers. And again, you'll see that the upward trend is quite strong. So I need to then move on to initiatives to increase ridership. And I know that this is something that's very important to this committee. How do we get more people on the trains? The 2 biggest factors, though, are time of travel and the fuel price, the cost of travel if people hop in their cars. The more congestion there is on the roads, the better it is for us. The higher the cost of it is for people to travel in their cars, the better it is for us. And there's nothing we can do about those. We can't make congestion, and we shouldn't make congestion, and we don't set the fuel price. So what we do is we go out and we say, how do we get young people to travel on the Gautrain. And what we're showing here is one of our initiatives. It's the student product. So any student who's a registered student gets a 25% discount straight away to travel on the train. We've targeted all the universities in the province, and there's some good information around here, but you'll see that the uptake in this has been very good. And we're hitting all the university campuses as they open up. We've got staff, young people on the campuses selling this product. So I think in terms of the revenue growth through that, that's been very pleasing as well, and we're going to keep this going forward. Then we've got something called Free to Move. This is a very interesting one. We have days when anyone can travel on the Gautrain for free. We did it, the first one in February of 2022, the second one in August 2022, and the uptake was incredible. We had 78,000 people traveling on the Gautrain at the August promotion. So you can say, why do we do that? Why do we give something away for free? Well, first of all, we think that everyone needs to experience the Gautrain. But number two is, once they've experienced it, then they're likely to come back again. So really, this is a promotion to try and entice people into the system. And Chair, you'll notice that we've been much more active on social media in terms of advertising these. But then there's the issue of weekends. And weekends can be a bit of dead time because maybe people aren't going to work. So we have now got a discount. Every second weekend of every month, 50% off. Train, bus, parking, what have you. We did the first one on 11th and 12th of February of this year. This was now 2 weeks ago, Chair. And the uptake was slow, but we think it was because there wasn't awareness about it. So we'll be advertising that. Next slide, please. Mass media advertising. We are getting out there much more in terms of very visual advertising on the freeways around Gauteng, and then also on radio and even television. You'll see these adverts coming up. And again, it's just about awareness. As people sit in traffic, they know there's an alternative. Next slide, please. Some future ridership projects, just to share some ideas. Chair, extension of the student product to scholars. And we're working with schools along the route. A pensioner product, people over 65, we can give them discounts. Then dedicated parking product. Unused parking at stations, I think, is a very good initiative that we can do. And then there's something. I'm going to struggle. I don't even know what a QR is. I think it's the tag. It's the series of dots. It's a voucher. If you get this on your phone and you tap it, you can get into the Gautrain system. So then we could say, if you went somewhere to a soccer game or some event, we could send you a voucher on your phone. So these are the things that we're looking at. We're also growing our bus routes, looking at getting students and scholars, and that we will do in combination with the Minibus Taxi Association. So if I can talk the numbers, and again, just to remind the committee, it is directly as a result in the drop in ridership from COVID and our recovery from that. It's a slow and painful regrowth. It has meant that we have needed additional budget. But you'll remember in the focused intervention study 2 years ago, we did identify that this was going to happen. So this is not a surprise in terms of that it was going to be needed to sustain the Gautrain. The amount, as the CFO has indicated, is 200 million rand. I just need to be very clear, though. This wasn't taken from other spending programs in the department by Gautrain. This is a provincial treasury decision to say, rather than give Gautrain an additional amount, to utilize unspent funds in transport, and then it moved across. And there, that just reflects the 200 million to tie in with that which the CFO showed. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. And thank you, Chair.
No, thank you very much, CFO. Just before, no, thanks very much, CFO. Just before I indicate something to the committee, I want to ask Mr. Dax, maybe we're here in Naledi. If there's a student who's here, who lives in Naledi, but is studying in Pretoria, there's no car train station here. There's a train from Naledi to Park Station. How would they benefit from that student fare that you're talking about? How would they benefit? Because they can catch a train from here to Park Station, so they're paying for the ticket, and then what do? How do they benefit for that student fare? Do they apply for it? Where do they apply? And from where does it operate from? Does it operate from here or from Park Station, the car train station to Park Station to, let's say, Tshwane or wherever else? Just explain that to us. And secondly, you've raised this 50%, the free weekends. So if somebody here has never been on the car train, but they want to make use of the 50% fare, where do they go to how do they go if they would go to Park Station, the car train station at Park Station on that particular day, the 11th or 12th? Do they just go and buy a ticket and it's 50% reduced? Just explain that, if you don't mind.
Chair, yes. So all of these discounts only apply on the car train system. So the number one, these discounts apply on the car train. Let me talk first about the student product. So it must first of all be a student registered at a recognized college or university. Then the point of sale is at that institution. They can do it at car train stations as well, but the institution, say someone is studying at the University of Pretoria, University of Johannesburg, we will have vendors there. Or they can go to a car train station. All they need is the student card though. Then they must fill out a form, that will be processed, and then they will get a special card that gives them the discount, but on the car train system itself. Similar for 50% or free to travel ones, those are done at car train stations, so I think the Park Station one. But if I can also say, Naledi is the planned spot for the car train extension terminal station, which this committee is aware we've tabled the feasibility study with the Treasury, etc. So I'd like, now that we talk about student products and that, but the bigger picture is that there is a rail network that links Soweto directly to Sandton, in addition to the PRASA network which runs through to Johannesburg. So those plans are also being developed, Chair.
No, thanks, Mr. Dax. I thought it was just important to explain, because there may well be students here. I don't know. Some of you may be students. You want to take advantage of that 25% student fare. There we are. That's how you do it. If you haven't been on the car train, you want to take advantage of the 50% or free weekends. Apparently, in the next weekend where there's 50% fare, it's this weekend, the 11th and the 12th. So you would have to then probably take the train from here, Naledi Station, to Park Station. You can go and use the car train. You'll get a ticket at 50% off the actual normal fare. So I just wanted to explain that. Members, I'm going to, so and sorry for doing that, but I thought it was important that we must provide that information so that community members that are here know exactly how to make use of some of these things. Members, I just want to indicate that, so that's the presentation on the adjustment budget. The G Fleet. It was brought to my attention that the senior management from G Fleet are not here. Now, I want to make a proposal. If you've got questions around G Fleet, you are welcome to raise them here. But the CFO was indicating me it would be difficult for them to answer. We will take this up outside of this meeting. So I don't want us to lament here. It was raised with me. We will certainly raise it with the MEC. So either you may want to raise your questions here. The committee section will record those questions. We will hand them over to G Fleet. Or the other option is that we hold back our questions for G Fleet and we deal with them in our next committee meeting, which is when we deal with the third quarter report from the department, but the MEC will also be in attendance. So maybe my proposal would be, let's hold back on questions around G Fleet, because there are a number of things in that presentation that probably we want to ask questions on. But the issue is, the challenge, we're not going to get those answers today. So if members would be in agreement that we make a note of our questions and hold them back, let's deal with them for G Fleet when we deal with the third quarter, if that would be agreeable to members. But otherwise, to the CFO and to Mr. Dachs, thank you very much. Please don't leave here, because we're going to open up for interactions from members of the committee. And then once we've dealt with that, then we'll go to the revised APPs. Members of the committee, I did see Member Ndlovana had her hand up. I saw Member Duplessis, and I saw Member DeLonga. So in that order, let me take the questions, and then I think I'll come in after that. Thank you very much. Over you to Member Ndlovana. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Let me first welcome the presentation and the response from the department with regard to the questions which were sent by the committee to them. Chair, I just want to take from what you have left, particularly on the issue of, I'll start with GMA, on the issue of their initiative to increase the number in the ridership. My first clarity which I request is on the issue, the initiative of the 50% on the weekend, Chair. I'm a Gautrain user. Whenever I'm going to the meetings around Joburg, particularly organizational meeting, on weekends I'm using a Gautrain. My clarity, which I request from the CEO, is that does the 50% benefit the riders, particularly on the weekend? Because the very 50% which I get, there is no bus. I must take the money and pay the bus so that I should move from park station to the area which I want to go. Is there any improvement in terms of the ridership, particularly on a Saturday and Sunday? I'm raising this, Chair, because usually you'll find that you are alone and you become afraid that anything can happen to me. Is there any increment since the initiative? Secondly, Chair, I'm not convinced with regard to the CFO in terms of one of the budget adjustment, particularly the shifting from particularly program number 2, DDG, program number 2, that shifting from the program number 2 to program number 1 and program number 5. And we are talking about service delivery. Immediately when you temper, Chair, with road maintenance, is that not affecting the service delivery in terms of seeing to it that challenges which are on the road need to be resolved. I'm not convinced, Chair. Even the response, I don't know, maybe I'm a little bit thinking about the roads which are run by the province. Some of them, they are not in a good condition. We need to say it loudly, Chair. What are the reasons? I'm not convinced. What are the reasons? Particularly infrastructure. There was a challenge with regard to the stoppage of the projects by, I'll be saying that business forums or maybe community stoppage. But what did the department do to avoid that in the next financial year? Is there any plan which the department, is there any measures, is there any teams which have been formed to address these issues of project stoppage? I'll pause there. Thanks, Chair.
Thanks, Member Lavana. I'll ask that the CFO and Mr. Drags note the questions. Member Du Plessis.
Chair, thank you very much. Just also my thanks for the presentation by the department and the CFO. I think Member Lavana hit the nail on the head, and that's the one thing that we alluded to in previous meetings as well. Is so now you see a decrease in road infrastructure, and you see an increase in money that needs to be paid for legal fees. And as far as I understand, a number of these legal fees comes about people that have accidents on roads that is not well maintained. So yeah, that would be my question, the same as what Member Lavana asked, is how can we take money away from road infrastructure, from road maintenance at this point in time? And I think that we really need to have a hard look going forward, you know, on where I come from, on the West Rand. There's a number of provincial roads that needs maintenance and that's in a bad state. And we know that some of these legal fees are pertaining from there, coming from accidents. Thank you.
Member De Lange.
Chair, thank you very much. I think my first question, if I could just add on to that, is it does not make sense at all, business sense, to take money away from road maintenance and fixing roads that are in a terrible state and causing accidents and unsafe conditions to pay legal fees. It tells you that you are falling behind on that we are supposed to do. And we need to change that around. If you run a business, you cannot keep continuing paying people for damages if you have not done the work in the first place. Your focus is in the wrong place then. So I would agree on that. We need a serious look at that in the reporting. And then also what we need to just have a look at is also the shifting of funds between projects. That could not happen. If we move money or we move to different projects, it means something else is now coming to a standstill. We need to address that as well. We cannot have project stoppage. If I look at the Gautrain, I'm one of the guilty ones that's never been on it, but living in the far West Rand, we don't have any privy to the Gautrain, unfortunately. In fact, we don't even have buses there. We walk where we want to be. It's just a tongue in the cheek. If we look at the parking areas, and I think that is the whole thing with the Gautrain, is we need to make it user-friendly. Is it user-friendly for people, and I talk about individuals in many cases, women in many cases, but even men, youngsters that have to go and use the train facility. The parking areas and the access there, is it safe? Are we looking at that as well? And I know in this country we all know that safety is a huge issue for all of us. You have to walk most of the time to a bus station. You have to walk from wherever if you need to get to a train station. It's not safe, and I think if we look at that as a whole, and not just the bus goes from point A to point B, we also need to consider the individuals that use it to travel from their house, from their business, from their work, to wherever they need to get there. Because then only we make the public transport facilities user-friendly. And I think that is the huge thing in South Africa. For us to promote public transport, we need to bring safety back to people as well, as we've got in other countries. And I think, Chair, when we consider the study tours again, I think maybe we should consider the fact where we look at countries or places where we can learn from how do they bring safety and access and user-friendliness back for the users in particular circumstances like we have in South Africa. I think that is very important. It's wonderful to promote something amazing like the Gautrain, but it's a problem if we have to get the people there to make use of it. And that is the problem, because then we will never get the people there. And if they are on the Gautrain, are they safe? I'm sure they are. I've never been there, but I know, I've got colleagues that use it. And I know how many times at the legislature, some of our members that had to walk from the legislature to the bus stop to get on the Gautrain bus to get to the Gautrain, they were mugged. There, two of them, together. So these are the realities that I think we deal with. It's not a fact just to get the people on the train. It's a fact to get the people to the train and be safe and know that they will get there and they can make use of the facilities that we have. Thank you.
Now, let me come in. Member Nell had indicated he doesn't have any questions at this stage, but I just want to raise one or two. I'm going to take questions at the end, as we indicated, not now. We'll take at the end. Not now, at the end. I just want to raise one or 2 points. Firstly, I think I've been covered by Member Ndlovana about the reduction in budget for transport infrastructure. I don't understand that. I don't understand the rationale. So can we perhaps be given an indication, what was the rationale to say we must take money away from transport infrastructure? One of the most critical components of the budget in the department, maintenance of roads, new projects, etc., and we've reduced it by 342 million. Doesn't make sense to me. So I think we need to understand why did we focus on there? The second point, I won't go into what she said as well, but it's clear that we are going to land up, the department's going to land up being behind in road maintenance. How is the department going to catch up? Because it's correct that some of the provincial roads could be in a lot better condition than they're in. And now you find a reduction in budget, so how long does it take before we catch up? I think we need to get an indication on that. But going forward, I also think that maybe as a committee we do need to say that if we're having to look at reducing the budget or taking money away from a program in the department towards patronage guarantee costs, etc., I would really want to make a plea that can we please find another way of doing it? Let's not touch the most critical component of the department. Then just quickly, I think just on the Gautrain, I think we certainly, I mean, you've indicated an increase in ridership, but you're not saying if that increase continues into the fourth quarter, what impact is it going to have on the patronage guarantee cost? We've just, in this adjustment budget, 200 million has been transferred to the Gautrain. So as the ridership goes up, at what stage are we going to start to see that patronage guarantee cost go down? I think we need to get an indication of that. But I think just on the few things that you've touched on, It's clear, Mr. Dux, that the communication of the Gautrain is just not there. It's not there. I think this is probably, I suppose, for most of us here in the committee, and we're in a committee that does oversight of the Gautrain. But I think it's the first time we're hearing about this 50%. Sorry? I think it's the first time we're hearing about this. None of us were even aware that you've introduced these weekends where the fare is less 50%. We didn't know about that. And I'm not saying we wanted to know because we want to make use of it, but we didn't know. We would have broadcast it. We would have shared it in our constituencies, etc. The student fare we have been aware of, and the free weekends we've heard of them. But it's something we can talk outside of this meeting as to how do we be made aware of these things. But I think if we didn't know, how many members of the community actually know that they could use the Gautrain every second weekend at a fare less 50%? And if people knew about that, I'm sure your ridership volumes will go even further on those weekends, particularly if families want to use the Gautrain at a fare less 50%. Does that left 50% fare apply to the Sandton Airport route as well, or does it exclude that? Just explain that. But I think you've touched on, we're not really dwelling necessarily on the Gautrain here, but I think we are talking about this increasing volume, revenue, etc. for the Gautrain. It's one of the things we've been engaging about, and I would agree that you are looking at the use of your parking garages. They're underutilized. In December, I used the Gautrain because I was traveling through the airport, and the Gautrain parking station was empty. I probably would have counted on the day I went in there to park maybe 30, 40 cars, and that was it. The rest of it totally empty. I went in there the other day. I think I had to go in there as well for some reason, and it was empty. Nobody there. So I do think that one would agree with your looking at that, but I think the sooner the better, because at stations that are situated in areas like Hatfield, Rosebank, even Sandton, I think you would find that those stations would be highly utilized for parking, even though the person is not using the train itself. And even in Johannesburg at Park Station, there's very little parking around there. And I think that would be a way of utilizing those parking garages more effectively and generating revenue for the Gautrain. So I think the sooner that happens, the better, and that's probably one of the easiest things to do. So, yeah, those are just my comments, but let's allow yourselves to respond to members, then we'll go to the next presentation. Just to indicate to our guests here, we indicated we will take questions from everybody after the presentation of PRASA. Just make a note of what you wanted to ask here, and we'll deal with it after PRASA. So for now, no, I'm not taking questions now, sir. I want to finish off with the committee. We'll take the next presentation. Hold on, please. No. Can I ask the team from Transport and Logistics just to respond, and then we'll come back to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Can I ask Mr. William to respond to the Gautrain questions?
Thank you, CFO. Member Luvana asked a very good question around the buses on the weekend. So it doesn't make sense for us to run those big buses. They're very, I think, 60-seater bus. What we're looking at now is running these midi buses on weekend services. So we do 2 out of Pretoria, 1 out of Midrand now. But after this, I'm going to make a note and say, what can we do at Hatfield Park we do 1 out of Sandton as well at the other stations. Because I think it's also good business for the taxi associations to do that. So thank you for that suggestion. Member De Lange, the parking areas, are they safe? I'm going to answer it this way. Everything inside the Gautrain system is exceptionally safe. everything outside is a danger area. The moment you step outside a station or into what we call the station precincts, it's a problem. It's an absolute problem. It's outside our area of direct control, though. So a Gautrain security guard may not, by law, step outside and enforce something. And I know it's not a good excuse. It's something that we must change. But we've engaged with each of the metros, and I think that this is the heart of the issue, is if you go around the world and you look at how other cities do it, they have integrated transport and safety in precincts. And that is something that we've got to work on. So as I say, we've been working with Joburg and Tshwane primarily on creating that. And then there's also this concept of how you get to the stations, which is also a problem. We call it the first and the last mile. Now, if the long term, because remember the Gautrain is a rail system to move people quite long distances. But what we've had to do is have our own bus services, our own minibus taxi services. What we need is to be part of an integrated system where you can get there by municipal bus, by minibus taxi, by any mode, and arrive safely. So that is also work that we're doing with the municipalities. In terms of Chair, your questions. In terms of the communication, let me deal with that first. Chair, I think you're being a little bit harsh on us. This was the first 50% off we've ever done. We took out radio advertising. We've done billboards. I think what we'll do is make sure that we set up a WhatsApp group for the portfolio committee. It's one that we're going to be running every month. And I will make sure that the communication is better. Parking garages, before COVID, we actually didn't have enough parking. So if you went to every station other than, I think it was Santon Station, you would actually struggle to get parking. Now, what has happened post-COVID with the ridership, we've got the spare capacity. So what we're saying is that now there's a different use for it. It's not people who are getting on the Gautrain, can we generate revenue? I think that is the correct approach for now. Then in terms of when will the patronage guarantee reduce? Check, this is a very important point. When you look at those graphs of Gautrain ridership, we are way behind where we should have been without COVID. So yes, we're talking about the catching up, but the lag that we've got, I would say, is probably a 3-year lag before we get back onto that growth trajectory. So yes, we're very pleased with the ridership growth. This year, 2023, is a critical year for us in terms of getting back and trying to accelerate that and making a meaningful impact in the reduction to the patronage guarantee.
Thank you very much. Chair, let me respond to the questions. The first question.
Sorry, CFO, can you use the microphone in front of you there? Right in front of you. There. There we are. Use that one, it'll be easier for us to hear.
Okay, thank you very much. The first question that came was with regard to the rationale regarding why you shift funds from infrastructure like Program 2 and Program 3 or service or focus programs to Program 1, which is a support function. I think let me start by explaining what these programs means. When we talk about the programs, like we've said, Program 1, 2, 3, and 4, and of course, Gautrain, we're talking about the business units. So when we talk about the funds that are allocated to that program, we have funds for administration of that program, and we have funds for projects. So when we look at program 2, we have funds that are allocated for administration of program 2, sitting in that program, and we have funds that are allocated for infrastructure in that program. And funds that are allocated for infrastructure, they are ring-fenced. These are not funds that the department are at liberty at any point to just shift from this infrastructure project to fund legal fees. So when you see funds being shifted from program 2 to program 1 for legal fees, it is not funds that were taken from a specific infrastructure project, because those funds are ring-fenced. If you have to make shifts from those funds, there are regulations around that, there are approvals that have to be sought. So when you see about 5 million from program 2 to program 1, that shifts from administrative funds within program 2 to program 1. So we're not touching any infrastructure, because those funds, they are ring-fenced, they are protected. So that's the clarity that I wanted to make, to say all infrastructure projects, they are ring-fenced, we call it earmarked. So you can never take funds from the infrastructure project to shift to administrative project unless the necessary approvals would have been sought, and that does not happen that often. I haven't seen it. So that's the clarity. Now, regarding the second question, challenges due to disruption by communities, a mention was made about business forums. What is the department doing around that? And I think the one visible change that that I should talk to is that I think for the first time since we've been attending the meetings with the portfolio committee, we introducing stakeholder engagements in our midst. We introduce intergovernmental, the representative from intergovernmental relations. And those are very important units that the department was not paying much attention to, because these are the units that engage not only with communities, but engage with other stakeholders, such as the municipalities. And we have not been utilizing those units as we're supposed to. One of the first things that the department is doing is ensuring that we are capacitating those units, elevating their mandate, and making sure that the relevant stakeholders in the service delivery space are actually made aware and familiar of the existence of those units. The stakeholder unit, the intergovernmental, we call it IGR, and of course we're elevating other units, the communication itself, we're elevating our communication unit to ensure that it's not only focused on issues that pertain to, it's not only internally focused, but that our communication is capacitated and the mandate is elevated to be externally focused, that it is to make sure the department is accessible to the communities that we service. The other issues that relate to how we operate is that we actually changing the way that we have been operating as the department. We actually making sure that the infrastructure unit, it's not, our programs, that they are no longer operating as silos, that we are actually changing our operational model, that we operate as a unit. And in the 2-day workshop that we've had since the new HOD has joined, The issue of projects that have not been completed, projects that have problems at the moment, they are receiving very urgent attention. The issue of projects that have been interdicted, we must also accept that as a department, I've spoken about the inefficiencies of the department, and that's inefficiencies from the planning the planning stage, inefficiencies from the procurement, and we are actually turning around all of those areas to ensure that those issues, those problems do not recur. And I'm very confident, Chair, to indicate that when we actually present our APP, when we present our budget, when we present our procurement plan for the next coming year, the changes that I'm talking to, they will definitely be evident in those documents. In terms of our communication, in terms of our interactions with stakeholders, with the beneficiaries of our services, all of that will be evident when we actually, deliver those governance documents regarding the forthcoming financial year. The issue about the 342 million, as I've indicated, I must come back again to say, projects do not stop. Projects are not delayed because there are budget cuts. So when you look at the budget and you see the adjustments where budgets have been cut, we adjust our budgets downwards because of the challenges that we are having regarding the delivery. So the budget cuts are a consequence on the part of the department to meet its targets to deliver on the projects. It's not the other way around. So when you see this budget cut of 342 million, we did not intercept a particular project in order for us to cut on the budget. It is because of the challenges in terms of completing a particular project in the time that it was intended to, that we have to now go and say, rather let's make these adjustments to the budget. And that is merely just making the funds available for other projects within Treasury that are identified by Treasury. But it is not the other way around. So when you see projects being not finishing, it is not because there was a budget cut. It's not because you will say the Department of Transport and Logistics, they cut the budget by 342 million. That is why the road is not finished. It's not that way. Thank you, sir.
No, thanks very much, CFO. CFO, I just want to indicate something. Your presentation clearly indicates the impact of that 342 million. I don't want us to get into a dialogue because I want to give a way forward of how we should handle this. But your presentation clearly indicates that there's going to be delays, that road maintenance is going to fall behind. It clearly indicates that some projects will be stopped. Go and look at your page 4, I think it is, of your presentation. It's clearly telling us that. So what I want to suggest, because we want to deal with the other presentations, but from what your response now, it's not tying up with what you have in the presentation. Your presentation indicates otherwise. So, I think what we would want to ask for yourselves is to come back, when the department appears before us for the third quarter, if members agree, we want you to come back and we want you to tell us, we want the department to tell us exactly what is the impact. Because your presentation says there will be an impact. That's why Member Ndlovana raised the issue of road maintenance going to fall behind. That's why I asked, how will the department catch up? on the fact that we're going to fall behind in road maintenance, projects are going to be slowed down, some will be stopped. Go and read that presentation, your slide there. It clearly says that. Now, you are saying that's not the case. No road maintenance will be affected, no infrastructure projects will be affected. Something's not tying up. So what I want to suggest is come back, when the department comes back to us in the next committee meeting to deal on the third quarter, I think you must come back to us and just take us through what is the impact. Is there an impact or isn't there an impact? And if you're saying that there's no impact, show us why there's no impact. Where are you taking the money from? But as I say, your presentation and what you've responded on are not tying up. And therefore, we can't just leave this and say it's fine. We need to understand exactly where is this impact. And if your presentation is wrong, then tell us why it's wrong. And tell us, where did you take this money from? Is it taken from salaries? Is it taken from fuel allowances? Or something like that? Because we won't leave this. So our engagement on this is not over. I think for today, we're not going to be able to drill into this, members, if you agree, and that we ask the department to come back at the next committee meeting and take us through in a far more detailed manner exactly the 342 million rand reduction in the transport infrastructure budget. What is the impact? As I say, I don't want us to get into a debate on it now, but it's clear something's not tying up. So for the sake of progress in our committee meeting, we're asking that yourselves come back in the next committee and take us through exactly what is the impact of that 342 million. It may well be that you're correct and your presentation's wrong. And if that's the case, tell us and show us. But the presentation, that's why I think all of us were raising it, because it made us all quite worried and alarmed at the impact that that's going to have on the department's ability to deliver on its infrastructure projects, which includes issues such as rate maintenance and new projects. So, but I think I've clarified what we need is for yourselves to come back to us in the committee meeting. Members, would that be sufficient on that? Is that sufficient? Otherwise, if we just leave it and say thank you very much, we will be failing in our job of performing an oversight function of the department. All right. Okay. We're not criticizing CFO. We're not attacking, but I think we are concerned that there seems to be a disjuncture in what your presentation says and what you've responded. So let's handle it that way and give yourself sufficient time to go and have a look at this. Members, we're going to move, and once again, just to indicate to our guests and stakeholders that are with us, as I said right at the end, we're going to open up for questions once we've dealt with PRASA, and then whatever you want to raise with the department or PRASA, we will open up for everybody to ask questions, and I hope that's still okay, that we handle it in that way. So we're going to move on to the next presentation. CFO, I'm just watching time now. We just need to, and I think you dealt with the last presentation very well, but this one is a lot shorter, I've seen. It's an important presentation as well. That's dealing with the revised annual performance plans for 22-23. But I think, can we agree that we give you until about 12:20 at the very latest? Will you be able to manage in 20 minutes? Will you be able to? So 12:20, I'll indicate, and you'll have to then round up if you're not done. Super. But over to you, CFO. Is anybody else joining you? Stembiso, where are you? Stembiso, who's helping with the computer here? Can somebody from the committee section, somebody help us sort out the presentation? From Lani, can you help, please? Honourable members, CFO, I do apologise. It seems like we must just find quickly a team member responsible to help here. So I do apologise. Please bear with us. Okay, let's do this. Let's just, you know what? Okay, CFO. Ideally, we would have wanted it on the screens, but I think for now, what you can do is start presenting and speak to the presentation. I apologize that we may have a slight delay in getting it onto the screens, but just for time, we've all got the presentations, unfortunately, just us. But for now, I think you can start by speaking to the presentation. Okay, let's just give it a second. I think they found a solution.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. While they are busy sorting out the presentation, as you gave me the permission to talk to the presentation, we were requested to talk to the revision of the annual performance plan. And I will start with the revisions in the department. Now, the revisions as well, I will talk to them program by program. Within the administration program, the key revisions that were done were around the targets, the procurement targets, regarding the milestone, the targets that were meant to be achieved, procurement targets for women, youth, and disabilities. As a department, we were challenged with regard to achieving those targets mainly, and it was more around the strategy. So what we have done was to actually remove those targets from the APP. We have included those targets in the narrative in our APP. We're still monitoring those targets. So when we report in our annual performance report, those targets will not be in the adjusted APP. However, we will still be reporting on them in the narrative. But also I must indicate that in terms of the regulations, when you make adjustments to your APP, you are still obliged to report on those targets as if they were not removed from the APP. So when we report at the end of the financial year, we are still required to report on the achievements, the performance on those targets. So by removing them from the APP, those targets are not lost, because by regulation, we are required to report on them as if they would have still been part of the APP. The only difference is that they will not be in the performance report where they are as measurement targets for the department. So that's the first one in administration. And when we go to the transport infrastructure, we had targets regarding the number of jobs that will be created from the infrastructure projects. And because of the challenges that we've already alluded to regarding projects that will not be completed or delayed projects that will not be completed within the current financial year, we have now adjusted the target of the number of jobs that we will be able to create within the current financial year. We have adjusted those numbers downwards. because of the challenges that we've already alluded to. And also with regard to, on the maintenance, we had targets with regard to the number of kilometers, the road kilometers that we would have resealed. And because of the challenges, as we've already spoken to, we have revised the targets of those kilometers as a result of the delayed appointment of contractors on the maintenance program. With regard to transport operation, the only revisions that were made there were with regard to the description of the technical indicator. So we did not adjust any targets downwards or upwards, but it's more on explaining the technical indicator. With regard to transport regulations, because of the economic challenges, we've noted challenges with regard to collection on revenue, and as a result, we made downward adjustments on the collection of revenue. And those are the revisions. With regard to how train, I do not believe there were no revisions on the APP. With regard to G-Fleet, there was one major revision, and this is with regard to the township economy, township development. Because of the clarity, there's glaring issues that impact on exactly how should G-Fleet be reporting on this. And as a result, that indicator was taken from the APP primarily so that there is clarity, the certainty that is sought before the indicator will be brought back into the APP in the forthcoming financial year. So those are the key revisions that were made to the APP, Chair, and I think that should bring me to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, CFO. Thank you very much. Now, let me do this. Let me check with members if there's anything that members would want to raise in terms of the presentation. There is one particular point I want to raise, but I'll wait for other members. Let me take... I'm fine too. You're fine. Member Delanga. Anybody else? No. Fine. Okay. Member Delanga, and then I'll come in after that.
Chair, thank you very much. I think if we look at the transport regulations, I can understand if we have a downwards collection on the collection rate, and then it says the poor economic conditions and prolonged load shedding. We need to be very careful that we do not start to get complacent, so that we start to have negative effects everywhere. And I do understand load shedding is a reality, but we have to start to work clever, and we look at alternative ways to keep up with the system. This is not something that's going to be here for a day or two. They talk about a year. I don't believe that for a moment, that within a year load shedding is going to be something of the past. This is a reality that we sit with. And I just think that we should seriously have a look at the performance of especially the licensed departments and around the collection of revenue in terms of that. That is a serious knock for the department if we have to, and for the municipalities, if we have to go that route. Chair, also there's something else, but it's not a particular point that's on the reporting, but I think I'll take that up with you. I'm just concerned about municipalities, licensed departments not surviving, and it's also due to, I think it was a 70% that they pay over to roads and transport or to province. We need to revisit that, but I think if it's okay with you, I will rather sum that up and just address it to the committee so that we look at it and then we can fit it in somewhere. Otherwise, I'm going to confuse everything now. Thank you.
Thanks, Member Dalanga. I think that particular last item now, I think you should raise when the MEC is with us in our next portfolio committee meeting. But there is a problem with municipalities. Raise it when the MEC is before us. I have one particular matter that I want to raise, and that is, in fact, I've got two matters that I want to raise. Firstly, in the presentation, CFO, you speak about the fact that the targets for procurement spend directed to youth, women, and persons with disabilities. That's youth, women, and persons with disabilities who own companies but want to get business. They want to be supported by the department. You say that the targets will remain in the APP but are reported narratively. So I'm a bit concerned as to whether the focus on supporting youth and women-owned businesses and businesses owned by persons with disabilities, is that not perhaps going to take second stage, what do we call it? Is that not perhaps going to take second stage? And because it's no longer seems to be a priority, it's not going to get the priority that it needs. I'm just worried about that. But the Premier of Gauteng, Premier Lesufi, Premier Panyaza Lesufi, after he became Premier late last year, he indicated that the provincial government has agreed to prioritize its spending, and that its spending would be directed towards townships, informal settlements, and hostels. Now, the point I've just raised about youth, women, and persons with disabilities, we're here in Naledi today. There are some of our guests here are here from Naledi. There are women here, probably who've got businesses that they operate. There are young people that I see here. Some of them, I'm sure, have got companies. There are persons with disabilities that are possibly here with us. But those that are here are probably asking themselves, I have a company. How do I get to register my company to be able to be considered to do business with the Department of Transport and Logistics? So can you, I may be catching you off guard, but I think I want us, when we leave here, it's no good us, we've just had a committee meeting and left. But we should be able to use this opportunity to say to those women who are here with us, those young people who are here with us, and those persons with disabilities that might be here, or maybe they're not here, but we know, or yourselves know who they are. This is what you have to do to go and register your company, because you have to get your company onto a database. You can't just start doing business. There are processes to follow. But how can the department assist people here in registering their companies, getting onto the database, etc., so that their services could perhaps at some stage be utilized by the department, depending on the process that is used to identify possible service providers. Let me indicate. So the committee is here today. There's a caterer who comes from somewhere around you. I don't know who the caterer is. I'm just explaining something. That caterer, he was on the database of service providers with the Gauteng legislature. That caterer registered his or her company, all right? And so in the manner in which, I think it works on a rotational basis, but in the manner in which service providers were identified, that caterer was able to be identified as a service provider that would provide catering services today. I think I'm trying to explain, and I think you know where I'm getting at. But here there are people who've got companies. There are people who've got small businesses, but some of them may not be on that database, may not even know how to get onto that database. And all I'm saying is, can you just explain very briefly, what can the department do to help people that are sitting here today that say, I want to get my company registered, but I don't know how to do it? Maybe the department might say, you'll come back here for a session and meet with people and explain to them and help them to register. That's all I wanted to raise. But I think we need to get clarity that we're not going to lose focus on supporting businesses owned by youth, women and persons with disabilities if the targets are dealt with in the manner in which you're saying they're going to be dealt with. I might be putting you on the spot, but I think that it would be important that we explain to people who want to become service providers, how do they do it and what do they do? Over to you, CFO.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm gonna give part of the response, but then we have our also stakeholder engagements that's gonna talk to the issue. I must indicate that there's actually some good news, and I'll talk to issue of regulation. As we know, Chair, that the 2017 preferential procurement regulations were discontinued. And now with the 2022 preferential procurement, the responsibility regarding preferential procurement has now been given to the accounting officer. Now, what it means is that as the department, we are now allowed to set our preferential regulations, policies, unlike with the preferential procurement of 2017, where we had just standardized regulations that we all have to follow. And with that, having said that, we are now in the process of actually finalizing our policies, and accompanying that, we will actually be issuing out, advertisements for panels for the specific categories that we're talking to. So, and for specific identified sectors, that, like the catering, for example, that you've spoken to, and even the roads into construction, we are now busy stratifying our databases to make sure that our databases will be focused and will be issuing those advertisements. So the community should be on the lookout. Our communication, of course, will be, engaging in that to make sure that that is actually visible. Now, you also raised concern around us losing focus because now we have taken the targets from the APP to the narrative. Now, I must indicate it is a temporary issue. Just like in the case of G-Fleet, it is because of all the logistics, that the preparations that we're talking about, because of the changes. But it is a these are targets that we cannot actually lose focus of. We're working, actually, the custodian, which is Department of Economic Development, we're reporting on these targets on a monthly basis to economic development. So they are actually monitoring these targets. We have to account to economic development regarding the achievements of these targets on a monthly basis, also to the Department of Economic Development. So it is not possible for the department to actually lose focus regarding this target. With regard to township development as well, that's the same principle that we're following. It is because we are busy with the processes and the procedures, the databases, so that we will be able to make sure that when we implement appropriately. And most importantly, because we want to be able to make sure that, especially around our infrastructure projects that are the generators of, job creation, businesses, we want to make sure that when we take an infrastructure project to, for example, this corridor, that it is the citizens within this corridor that benefit from those projects. And that is why we want to make sure that we don't have a situation where we have an infrastructure project in this corridor and it is beneficiaries from somewhere else unknown that are actually benefiting. With that having said, I will now hand over to our stakeholder engagement team, Mr. Mali, to actually just elaborate on the responses. Thank you. Over to you, Mr.
No, but you need is there a roving microphone? Is there a roving microphone? Thank you. They'll bring you a microphone. Thank you. Just be very brief. And then what we can agree on, I think we must agree on, that if there are members of the community here that want to engage with you further after this committee meeting, they can come and engage with you. But just briefly explain. Okay, it looks like that microphone's, there we are, super.
Yeah, morning to members of the committee and the chairperson. Yeah, with regard to the question on the registration and so on, before the COVID came through, what we used to have, if the committee can recall, we normally have what we call October Transport Month, every October. Part of that program includes roadshows to communities. We then repositioned our MEC roadshows to involve other departments. And I can place it on record that during October month, when we visit communities, we bring along SARS, Home Affairs, Gauteng Treasury, and so forth, because as the department goes around presenting its case, sharing information in terms of job and economic opportunities and so on, we came to realize that the communities that we're going to don't have access to registration means or any other thing. So all these departments will come with their mobile units, so that on the day when we're presenting, that will include even the NYTA, GCRA, to register young people in terms of internship, because they must be in the system. That includes SEP 1 million and so on. So we have in the past, Chair, coordinated such programs which were interdepartmentally coordinated, including DD, will come through as well in terms of that. So we do conduct such roadshow, but that was a pre-COVID era, and I'm sure now we're going to recraft that approach where we divide these departments. But ordinarily, they themselves are supposed to be doing those roadshows. And at that time, I remember it was when even Treasury was introducing an e-system for such registration, which is online, which was very easy and so on. But what we do on the day, it becomes a festival to check your status if you have registered a company a year or two ago, sort out what is maybe needs to be updated and so forth and so on. Because normally our communities, our people just sit, I've registered, it's enough, and yet annually they must update from a SARS compliance point of view and any other. So by and large, we do have such a program in the department, which is led by our MEC, supported by communications and stakeholder management as part of our annual program on road shows during October Transport Month. We've been to Orange Farm, we've been to Fine Town, I can quote many other, even in the West Rand, Western area and so on, so I can quote where we were visited during that month. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, no, it's fine. I think what I'm going to ask, if there are people here who fall in this category that don't know how to register their companies, get on their database, speak to our colleague here from the department afterwards. But as a committee, I think we'll engage with the MEC to see where there's a possibility of doing something here. Come back with a roadshow to be able to help women, young people, persons with disabilities in particular, to be able to register and get onto the database. There's a process, and I think, but we'll engage with the MEC and see whether we can get the department to come back here. But if you are here today and you're in that category, please speak to the gentleman down there, And even if we get a list of names and then see how do we help these individuals get registered if you want to. But I felt it was important to raise this here while we are here because we don't want to just leave here and take it for granted that everybody has been is registered on the database, because there may be some of you that have got particular services that could be of relevance to the department and its entities. So I think on that note, I think there's nobody. Did you? Yeah, I think you've responded. Member Delanga? Been dealt with. Okay. So what I want us to do then, thank you, CFO. We've got one last presentation, and that is from the department. And that's this presentation that deals with some of the challenges, some of the causes, and possible interventions at particularly intersections where there's robots that are not working on provincial roads. We're not talking about municipal roads. We're talking about roads that fall under the jurisdiction of the province. Who's doing that presentation, CFO?
Thank you. Our DDG for roads, Mr. Mokobane, will
Okay.
do the presentation.
Okay, CFO. Thanks. DDG Mokobani, are you coming up here? Can we just help DDG Mokobani to get set up as well? CFO, thank you very much. DDG Mokobani, welcome. Before I hand over to you, may I welcome Member Khadebe, who's just joined us. Member Khadebe, welcome. I think we were given an indication that you would be a little bit late. Thank you for joining us. Thank you. DDG, how long do you need? It's now 12:30. Can I give you 20 minutes? Less. 20 minutes is fine, so we'll give you until 10 to 1. If you're
Yes, sir.
able to do it
I'll
in
try
a
and
quicker
be-
time, that's fine, so long as we don't lose the important points that are in your presentation. Over to you, DDG. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, and also honorable community members and my colleagues. The traffic signals, obviously, this is a very important part of our work. I must say that in our province, you will see that there's an increment of the traffic signal. In around 2000, the year 2000, we had about 26 signals. But because of the demand and the roads that we are building, the residential and the businesses, we now having 400 traffic signals. Of that 400 traffic signals, 250 it's for the Johannesburg area. So that 250 is on our provincial roads. But I must say that in Soweto, the traffic signals that you see here are managed by the JRA. However, as the Department of Roads and Logistics, we are working together with the JRA. So if there is any signal that is not working, the JRA is able to tell us if it's on our provincial roads, and the same applies to ourselves. If there is a traffic signal that is not working in Soweto and member of the public is coming to report that, we are able to sort that traffic signals. The other thing that I must indicate is why the are traffic signals. Basically, the traffic signal is to help in controlling the traffic. So we have the pavement markings, that is the road markings that you see. The traffic signal is one of them that controls the traffic, helps to control the traffic. The road signs, that is the stop signs. And then you have also the road markers, you know, the name of the roads, and the traffic circles and the roundabouts. And we also, in addition, have the law enforcement, you know, your traffic police that helps to control the traffic. Also, the authorized people who we dispatch to the intersections that are not working to control that traffic, because sometimes you have load shedding, or maybe the robot has been stolen or has fallen or is not working at all. We need to put our own traffic cops and traffic police and the authorized personnel. The purpose of the traffic signal really is to ensure that there is regulation at the intersection to warn and guide the traffic, also to facilitate safety, to ensure that there is no collision and there's no conflicts, to avoid accidents. So we also want to have this road traffic signal to be respected, and they are sanctioned by the law, and they must be uniform. So we, as the department, thought that we need to know exactly, or we must know exactly what we have in our department. So we started an audit, an asset audit. We started that on the 16th of January, and we expecting the audit of this traffic. The audit is mainly to know which assets, how many traffic signals, where they are, and we anticipating to finish that project on the 15th of February this year. And so far, we have audited, or we have counted 212. We are still in the process. And the functional traffic signals of the 400 is 174, which is 43%. And so that 174 is from the 212 that we have done. Then the dysfunctional signals are 38 in numbers. So we still have to go and audit the remainder, which is 188. But I must say that as the department, we do have challenges with the traffic signal system in our province. One of the challenges is the theft of copper cables, the electrical cables. So we install because the traffic signals are powered by electricity, and we use copper cables. So copper cables are stolen, and once they are stolen, obviously, you don't have a traffic signal that is functioning at all. And in addition, the poles are also stolen. And then sometimes we have vandalism and damages of the poles. So our community or people just damage the road traffic signals. And also now we have this loss of power. You know, the load shedding is another major challenge for ourselves. So the mitigation factors is to see if we can install the stop signs. So the stop signs are other mitigation factors or interventions that we have to say, let's put the stop signs in our traffic, also put traffic circles to regulate and warn the traffic users. And also we proposing that we need to have the security surveillance, you know, your cameras. But unfortunately, if the cameras are visible, we have the same challenge of theft. Law enforcement will help us. So the IGR, we need to have, we are having our own IGR, the intergovernmental relations with the other departments, the community safety, and also the community themselves. You, as the community members, you need to help us to report such cases and also direct the community safety where the crime is happening. So this is just a list, Chairperson, of the 188 robots or signals that we have audited so far. So I don't want to go through the number, but you can see what have we done in Gauteng so far. We can see that it is up to 38 of them there that are not functional. So these 38 signals are not functional at all. And there are reasons why they are not functional, Chairperson. Thank you very much, Chairperson.
Thanks, DDG. No, thank you very much. It's just a pity that you are still busy checking all your traffic signals. But one would have thought that you would have known what's working and what's not working, unless you're doing a re-audit to check again. But thank you very much. Let me not talk too much. Let me hand over to members. Are there members, any members that would want to raise anything in relation to this presentation? But can I just indicate that up front, the reason why we asked for this presentation is because of the fact that I'd gone to Midrand to three intersections, two on the R55 and one on Olifantsfontein Road, where these robots are not working and have not been working for a couple of years now. There's been major accidents there at those intersections. And when I was there, it was clear that there was motorists didn't know what they were supposed to do. Because at the one, the robot poles are there, then in front there's stop street signs which you can't see clearly, and on the road there's no road markings. So you don't know actually whether it's a robot, whether it's a stop street, or what you're supposed to do. And while we were watching, there were almost a number of accidents while we were busy watching. At the same time, on Olifantsfontein Road, where I'd gone to as well, we actually were able to see the trenches that had been dug and where the cables had been stolen, cut and stolen. Fresh trenches. And on other robots, it's old. It's not been working for a long time. So I think we asked for this because it's clear there is a challenge. And it's clear it's causing a problem. And it's clear that a lot of this vandalism happens in isolated areas. That seems to be where they're the most vulnerable. But what we were told there is four-way stop streets do not always work, particularly where it's an extremely busy intersection. Because what a four-way stop street does, it creates long traffic jams. But at the same time, traffic circles also don't always work. And it seems like a lot of motorists don't know how to use traffic circles. So it's a challenge as to what do you do. And we were hoping that in your way forward, we would have seen some innovative ideas here. It seems to me that more work needs to be done in determining what do we do with some of these intersections where cables are continuously stolen. So I thought I'd indicate why we had requested this. But let me open up for members. Let me check starting on my left. Member Ndlebana?
Thanks, Chair. I'm all right.
Okay. Member
don't
Khadebe, I
have
know you
anything.
just joined us. Member Duplessis? Member Nell? And then I'll come to Member DeLong. Member Duplessis?
Yeah, Jay, maybe just to reiterate what you said, Chair, is that we will need to become much more innovative. Because if you see what's happening on our roads nowadays, it is havoc. We have robots that are off people, apparently, like you said, don't know how this works because everybody is driving over. The kind of traffic situations that are being created leads to backups, leads to accidents, but I agree with you that this situation can't be prolonged for the next 2, 3, 4 years. We need to find solutions now. Thank you.
Member Nell? Okay, you're fine. Okay. Member De Lange?
Chair, thank you very much. It is true we need to start to get inventive with this, and I think traffic lights, you know, they've surpassed their time. We need to move to something different. I'm not into that, so I would not be able to make any proposals, but clearly that is a problem in this country. Stop signs seems to be the answer, and that's certainly the short-term way to go. But I have to say, a stop sign without a traffic hump, just, you know, one or two, to really stop the traffic, has got no meaning. No reason or no way to go if just put on a stop sign. We have to put the humps there, and it must be rather big, otherwise the trucks are just running over it. So a stop sign, same as with a traffic light, people want to ignore it, they're going to ignore it. But if you put big enough humps there to really stop the traffic, that is the only resolution. That is the only thing. And then we need to start to look at different materials to make stop signs out of as well, because the stop signs are also damaged and stolen, which creates another problem again. That's why I say we really need to start to get creative, and that's probably where we get our youngsters in, getting creative. University students, college students, get them in. Make a whole project of it and say, bring something to the table where we can create stop signs and warning signs, road signs, without using a material that invite people or criminals to steal them. So let's put a project out there. They are so inventive, and if you go and look at the systems when they have the career planning and so on, it's incredible to see what the young ones comes up with. And I would really like to encourage the department to go that route. Make use of our young people, engineering people, tell them, come to us, tell us what to do. What is the new way to go? So I would really invite us to do that. And then the department, probably chairs, should give us a breakdown what the replacement costs of a robot or traffic light is. I know from years ago, I was told how much it is and what it cost, and some of the components in a traffic light. If the light gets damaged, one of them, how long it takes, because all of that needs to be imported. And obviously we don't have enough at the rate that it gets stolen and damaged. So to replace them takes not just weeks, sometimes it takes way longer, it takes months. I think we need to, if we understand that process, we would also better understand what we are dealing with. And then obviously, again, we need to go to our people, new people, get in fresh ideas, and see if we can't get to a stage where we replace traffic lights altogether with something new. Material that people don't want to steal because they can't use it. I think that is the best and the first option to go. Then obviously traffic lights, the same as with stop signs and other traffic signs. It's time that we move on, that we go to material that's not attractive to be stolen. It's not going to cost us at the end of the day. I think that's, yes. Thank you, Chair. I'm fine.
No, thanks, Member De Lange. Look, thanks, DDG Mokobane again. It's clear that there is a problem. Once you've completed this audit, I suspect that number of 38 is going to increase. If you look at what we're being shown here, some of these intersections are extremely busy intersections. They are not a side street. They are busy intersections. And I think that the sooner the department can start to come up with other innovations for the use of robots, etc., for ensuring an efficient and effective flow of traffic, the sooner the better. But it's clear that if I look at the presentation, not really coming up with anything really innovative. And I'm sure that the department may have to look at institutions like universities, CSIR, etc. And I'm sure there are other methods that can be identified. But safe to say that the community in on the R55, which is on your list here, Olifantsfontein Road and African View. I saw the R55 here somewhere in your presentation. They are extremely concerned about the high number of accidents that are happening at those intersections. Where, as I say, the robots have not worked for years. Beyers Nordier and Peter Road, opposite Zandspruit. That robot works for 2 days and then it's off for months. And then back on for 2 days and then off for months. And it's because cables are being stolen. So we have to find other ways of ensuring that traffic can flow as freely as possible. And so that's why we asked for this presentation. Maybe we're not getting all the answers we want today, but maybe this is a way of highlighting a problem that's there and that we need to find solutions for. Because I don't think we can just leave them as intersections and say, well, there's nothing we can do. At some of these intersections, DDG, robots are lying on the pavements. If you go to Beyers Nordier and Peter Road now, those robots are lying on the floor, have just been pulled down, they're lying there. And I think that needs to be looked at as well. Where infrastructure has been damaged, salvage what you can salvage then. Don't leave it. But remember, I think just to remind us, this is intersections that are on provincial roads that fall under the jurisdiction of the province. If you drive elsewhere, robots are under the jurisdiction of municipalities. They have their own challenges as well. But I think here we are focusing on provincial roads that are the direct jurisdiction of the province. So I think what we should agree with members is we may have to have another presentation. Once the department has finished its audit, and once hopefully the department has been able to identify what can it do in each of these intersections. Because I think that's what we would be looking for. Not just a presentation, but we want solutions. We want to know Olifantsfontein Road and African View, what is the solution there? On the R55, what is the solution there? So that as a committee, we can then we have a sense that something is being done. I know it's a difficult task because we've got to find ways of dealing with this. But if it means converting a robot into a four-way stop street and it's going to work, then let it happen. But we can't sit with infrastructure that's not working and just leave it. Because motorists then don't know what to do. It's not clear what they're supposed to do. But I think we appreciate the presentation, but we don't have a full sense of the magnitude of the problem. And I think we'll have that full sense once you've finished that audit. Any idea how long it will take for this audit to be finished?
It will finish on the 15th of February this month. That is in the next week.
So that's next week?
Yeah, next week, Chairperson.
So I think what we may have to do, members, is in the next quarter, we must schedule another presentation so that you come back to us, give us the full magnitude of the problem, and hopefully start to give us some solutions at some of these intersections as to what is the way forward. Would that be all right, members? Yes. Member De Lange, you want to raise something quickly?
Sorry, I'm speaking after you. I'll keep it short. I think we must just also attend to the amount of traffic lights that's been cut off, and I see it's all over Joburg now. It's all over. I've been driving different routes lately, and it's just lying there next to the road, and that creates a very bad impression. I don't know how the department's going to deal with that in terms of getting the information in where it is. And just, I don't know if they're going to go there, collect it, what they're going to do, but we can't just leave the robots being cut off and just lying there. That does not create a good impression of the department. Thank you.
Now, I think, Member De Lange, if it's a provincial road, we've asked the department. They're busy checking all their intersections. But if it's a municipality, it's not the jurisdiction of the department. So you say it's all over, but it may well be some of those roads are under the jurisdiction of a municipality. And in such situations, the department can't go in there and take equipment that doesn't belong to them. They can only go and take equipment that belongs to them if it's a provincial road. So I think we must be careful we don't confuse, but I would suggest, Member De Lange, if you've got specific roads, give us the names, or get the names to DDG Mokabani. They will check. If it's a provincial road, they will deal with it. But if it's a municipal road, they can't deal with it. That's the separation of powers as well. And we'd be wrong to ask them to intervene on roads that don't fall under their jurisdiction. So, but let's get those road names you're talking about. We can give them to the department. They can check. If it's a provincial road, they can tell us it's a provincial road, and they then can go and try and get all of that infrastructure collected if it's lying on the ground. Can we handle it that way? All right. DDG, thank you very much. So we will have another bite at this once the audit is done, and once yourselves have been able to look at some possible solutions at some of these intersections and to come up with a way forward. So members, on that note, what I want to do, and I'm pushing us now, because I want to go straight over to PRASA, the Passenger Rail Agency of South Africa, who are here to take us through where they are in terms of the revitalization and rail lines. I know they'll probably give a specific focus on the Naledi rail line and give us a sense of where we're going. They say they need about 20 minutes, so I'm sure by 20 past, they'll be done, and then we'll open up for questions to yourselves and to members of the community. I just want to indicate right now the train that we are going to go on departs from the station at 2:15. So that's why I'm pushing. And what we will do is when we are finished with the presentation, we'll open up for questions from members, and then we're going to open up to the community, and then I will allow members to go and grab something to eat before we go for the train, so we can get there on time. And obviously everybody else here, that's our guests here, there's catering for our guests, and they will eat as well as soon as we finish with everything. But I'm going to try and push as quickly as possible. So on that note, I want to then once again welcome Member Khadebe.
Oh, sorry, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Sorry for being late. I wanted to suggest that you open for the community, and then ours will write it down because of the time.
I can't hear you.
Okay, I'm saying, I'm suggesting that we open first for the community, because already they always take time when they ask questions, and then we will do it.
Yeah, Member Khadebe, we want to take the PRASA presentation, because after PRASA we will open. That's what we're going to do. Yeah, we'll handle it. That's fine. We'll handle it. Don't worry. We'll handle it. So, to Mr. Nkhabutle, are you ready for us? Or we are ready for you?
Good afternoon, Chair.
Afternoon.
Maybe before Mr. Nkhabutle takes over, I will actually welcome him. Before we start, let me greet the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee of Transport within Gauteng, and their committee members, together with the officials of all the government entities that are here, PRASA colleagues, community, the media, all protocol is observed. My name is Nelson Malefane. I'm currently acting rail CEO within PRASA, and I am representing the PRASA acting group CCO, Mr. Isham Emeran, who could not make it. He's attending the session with the minister at Western Cape. Basically, we will be having a presentation from Mr. Nkhabutle, who is heading the Gauteng province. on behalf of PRASA. But maybe in highlight, Chairperson, if you allow me, what is keeping us busy currently in PRASA? Our focus is mostly around the manufacturing of the new fleet that you see running around Gauteng, as well as the development of the infrastructure. And then the recovery of services, specifically the commuter services, long distance, as well as the auto pack services. As well as ensuring that whatever we put in place, it's protected, our customers are safe, communities are safe, as well as our employees are safe. Lastly, we are focusing also on the secondary mandate, which is the developments around areas where we operate, mostly around the stations. Now, I must also indicate that there are issues that have really affected our progress. Elements such as theft and vandalism, elements of encroachment within the rail reserves. At some point, we also have challenges around the accessing the material to rebuild what was stolen. And in certain areas, we also have the community unrest areas that affects the programs. But at the end of the day, we are hard at work, I must say, to recover the services, rebuilding, while we also look at what we call a modernization program, which is behind time, which was looking at modernizing the rail environment. I think that's what is keeping us busy in PRASA. On that note, Chair, if you allow me, I will allow Mr. Abraham Khabutle from Gauteng to specifically talk around Gauteng work that has been done to get services back on track. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malafani. You actually beat me to it. I think you jumped in front of me, but let me just also welcome you as well. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it, together with your team. I think as you're probably aware, we interact with yourselves at regular intervals, not because we perform oversight over PRASA, and PRASA doesn't account to us, but because we take an interest in the provision of transport and rail services to commuters in Gauteng. We take a keen interest, and we appreciate the fact that PRASA has always been available to interact with us. We really appreciate that, and appreciate your willingness to accommodate us, the train ride we had in Salisbury, the one that we'll have just now. We really do appreciate that, and we'll continue to take a very keen interest in the good work that PRASA has been doing here in Gauteng. We appreciate that. Thank you so much. Back to you and your team.
Thanks, Chair. I think as status Chair, just to acknowledge the Chair, Honorable Ndlovu, Honorable Radebe, Duplessis, Honorable Nel, Honorable Lenge, the various councillors that are here, members from the DOT, both CEOs from PRASA and Gautrain, various executives, the forums that are here, including the United Commuter Voice that represent the commuters, the community, and all protocol observed. Chair, the structure of the presentation flows from the engagements that we previously had. If you'd remember, in May 2022 in Pretoria, and also October. So it's essentially to give the overview of where we are as PRASA Gauteng in terms of the current effort of recovering. So it flows from that angle, Chairperson. So I'm gonna, based on time that is allocated, don't mind some of the slides, I'll skip over them as we had planned that the train will depart at 14:50. So for us to be able to make it, so the details are in the presentation. I'll ensure that I cover the most essential part. So don't be alarmed as I skip. Essentially, Chair,
as it were, we are a Section 33B company, and we have two mandates, primary mandate, which talks to providing rail commuter services in terms of masses, but secondary chairperson, we have to generate income from exploiting PRASA asset. What I wanted to highlight with the reintroduction of Naledi, service chairperson, we have seen the huge spin-offs in the operation of your park station. We've seen volumes, we've seen the secondary mandate kicking up, as is dependent on the volumes of commuters. So there's a spin-off in terms of recovering the services. We're able to see that the foods that passes park station is increasing in number. So whilst we have these two mandates, they are dependent on each other. No trains, no secondary revenue. I'll just quickly, there are 5 key approaches that we are busy with to get to the full recovery of PRASA. In this case, Gauteng operations. We are looking at the securing of the railway system. There, Chair, as we speak, we are looking at projects like your fencing, walling, that comes with the provision of foot bridges so that the communities can cross safely. For Gauteng, we've done an assessment, Chairperson, and then it will require probably close to 5 billion rand to cover the entire Gauteng. However, what we've taken as a strategy, operational strategy, is that we're gonna focus on prioritizing the areas of the communities. We've done the final assessment. We're talking about the region of about 1 billion to 1.5 billion just to deal with fencing in Gauteng. We wanted to sustain and capacitate the current service through various initiatives that I'll share. And the key focus is to recover the infrastructure, whilst also we modernize PRASA. But also, because of the magnitude of the projects that we are running, we want to capacitate also the project delivery space. So as current, we are focusing on the inbound logistics. I'll just share more details with regards to that. Now, the key objective really is to ensure that we bring the services back, but as we bring them back, they should be reliable. We should be able to guarantee some level of safety and security, and the trains needs to be on time. And they should also be clean. So that's basically the objective of accelerating the recovery. How we're approaching the recovery, as I said, I'm gonna run quickly through the presentation based on time. We have developed a model where we are looking at the first phase, which is the limited service. Where we go, we start with limited service, and then we migrate into the full service. But at the same time, we touch on the elements of modernization as depicted in this particular graph. Chair, just to give the community and the members what the program entails. It entails the element of safety and security. It entails the element of rolling stock, the actual trains. It entails stations, facilities, depots. It entails infrastructure where we talk about the railway tracks, the pairway, the substations, the OHTE, which is our lines, as well as the element of telecommunication and signaling. And then to get all combined, it's just the integrated rail operations. Those are the elements. Progress in Gauteng thus far. Pinasport, 100%, the service is run, albeit limited. Mabopane, 100%, albeit also limited, developed. And then with regards to Leralla, where we are sitting at the progress of 83%. And then also Calfontaine, 91%. I'll come to I'm just giving the high-level Gauteng picture. Chair, in terms of what we have achieved so far, we started Mabopane around the 17th of January 2022. We then introduced Sourceville around the 29th of January, same year. Then also we then dealt with the 120 kilometers test, for the new fleet, the developed section, where we introduced around the 19th of April 2022. Then we further went to Pinaspor, Pretoria in September, and then also developed in terms of the service to commuters around the 24th of October. You'd note, Chair, that also Naledi, we then introduced it recently around the 28th of November. So you'd note, Chair, since we've met in May 2022, there are quite a number of activities that we were able to achieve. Now, in terms of going forward, we are planning now that come end of March, we'll then introduce the services in the Pretoria, Calfontein, and then we'll then go into Leralla up to Elandsfontein, Germiston, and then around April, we will then be introducing Germiston to Johannesburg and going back to finalize the second line in Sosville. Now, Chair, just quickly for orientation purposes, our Gauteng is divided into 3 corridors. The north, where is your Mabopane, Sosville, your Pinaspor section, which is the north corridor. We then have the east corridor from Leralla, Davidton Springs, Johannesburg, up to Vereeniging via Meyerton, and the west being your Naledi, Oberosa, Ramfontein, and Vereeniging via Meyerton. Whilst we have this orientation, Chair, we have divided our corridors into lines. You'll see that's line 1, which is Mabopane, Pretoria, and so on up till line 14. Where Naledi, you'd note, Chair, is line number 12. So in terms of what we've achieved so far from the line delivery, as I've indicated with the Mabopane timelines, you'll see this part of the line is relatively recovered. Your Mabopane to Pretoria, developed, Sosville, Pretoria, Pinaspor. That's where we are running the current services. And then also when you come to the bottom side of the network, we are running Naledi, Johannesburg, and then we have a service from Vereeniging up to Union, where we are still utilizing a yellow train service, but highly dependent on Transnet, as the lines are owned by Transnet. So that's what we have achieved, the timelines and the programs that are delayed. I'll share how we are recovering the timelines. I'm at this high speed, Chair, based on time. I hope I'm not leaving you behind. Now, what we are doing currently, Chair, we are linking Pretoria to Calfontein. We are expecting it on the 27th of March. That is the line from Pretoria up to Okmo. Then there will be a gap that I'll tell you how we're gonna close it up. Then we are linking Leralla to Elandsfontein to Germiston. This is the line that I'm talking about. We'll then provide a service of 2 trains. What then flows, Chairperson, is that from that gap, we are anticipating that by April, say this financial year, will then connect the link between Okmo and the link between Germiston and Joburg. The reason being is that we are following a progressive delivery. What we are saying, Chair, is that we can't wait for perfection. So where the service or the system is ready to run trains, we then deploy trains. And hence, the infrastructure, as I'm going to show you, these are the details for I'm not going to share this one, Chair. I'm just going to go straight to this one. Chair, you will know that what we are doing, the essence is that when the infrastructure is ready, we will then provide a service. And then we will then continue with other line improvements. For example, when it comes to Pretoria, Calfontein, we expect some of the platforms in other stations and crossovers, so for us to be able to run trains. So once those infrastructure is made available, we then increase the capacity in terms of the line, as opposed to waiting till the end, Chairperson. So that is the approach that we are following. So that's the reason why you see 2 deliveries in terms of Pretoria, Calfontein, initial 27 March, then we get further delivery, then the 24th of April. Same applies, Chairperson, for Leralla, Germiston, is the same timelines, and then where we are now connecting Germiston, Johannesburg, you'd know that, Chairperson, we are intending to connect Germiston to Johannesburg by the 24th of April. I'm not going to share the details. These are high-level milestone. But what is important to note, Chair, is that some of the milestones are dependent on the railway regulator. For example, we have to get the license to run these particular trains. Chair, just the summary of what I've shared, Chair, I think this is clouded. I'm going to just try my level best. The red lines are the lines that we are intending to finalize to complete the service. In the north, we are now at a stage where we are evaluating the tenders that came for Hercules Kudu Sports section, and we expect that by October this year, we will have the full link. These ones I've highlighted that in March, we're going to have a partial opening, and in April, we're going to complete the link between Pretoria and Johannesburg. The red ones, Chairperson, the team, the technical team is processing the final scoping, and we expect that after scoping with the procurement that is to come, about 2024 March, February, March, we should be able to reopen those lines. I must highlight, Chair, on the Davidson section, which we had originally planned to bring it earlier, we were hit by the Bosbeck incident. And then with the current projections, we're given up until the 24th of February to do the clearance, and as well as to reconstruct the bridge where the accident, the blast happened. So it's unfortunate that it has been pushed forward. However, in terms of other infrastructure deliveries, you would know that the overhead and the substation are at evaluation stage, including the tracks. Chair, I'm going to just keep the details in terms of the next corridors. It's highlighted here for all the regions. You'll see in Pretoria, Johannesburg section, we are at scoping in some of the lines. So these details, Chair, I think they are easy to read. Based on time, I'm going to skip it. Just at the station program, Chair, just for Gauteng, or rather nationally, you'll note that we have about 462 stations, and then in Gauteng, the north side, 59, 150 in the south. And then in terms of operational readiness in the north, which is your Pretoria side, we have 24 stations that are already ready. And then we have 22 in the south that are already ready. And then we have about 35 stations that the team is finalizing in the north, and then about 128 still in progress. A majority of these stations, we've appointed consultants for scoping, and also some of the stations we already have contractors on board. And Chair, the approach, as the earlier question regarding the how do we advance the communities. When we procure, part and parcel of our contracts includes local empowerment, where now the contractors have to hire locally, and also to a certain extent subcontract some of the works. So I'm just trying to give. And in terms of cleaning, as I'm talking to stations, we are testing a model in the Naledi section, in particular, where we are bringing co-ops. It's at an advanced stage. Soon we should be able to appoint those co-ops, Chairperson. I'm not going to share the actual details, because just the breakdown of the station and individual stations. Just going towards closing, Chairperson, you know that we have taken a firm view that for Gauteng, we want to deploy new fleets. We are turning Gauteng blue. And then there is a significant achievement or return on investment. One thing that I want to take you through, Chair, you will see that the number of train trips that we are offering is increasing. And then you will see that on-time performance consistently average above 90%, and that's the value of the investment. Just January performance, Chair, to share with you. Sourceville, we are sitting at about 94% on-time keeping, and then Mabopan about 94, Develd 95, Pinaspor 91. The corridor that we just launched, we are sitting at 93.7% on timekeeping. We still are dealing with challenges of infrastructure, the weather, the issues of load shedding, they are also affecting us. But when it comes to the main traction, we have secure power from from ESCOM, only stations becomes affected. So there is value in the deployment of the new fleet, just a high level indication. Locally, Chair, we have already produced about 116 trains. And then as it were at the beginning, we bought 20 from Brazil. We are sitting with about, if my memory serves me right, about 136 total production. Now, what is important, Chair, to note is that about 116 trains are produced locally. Local production in Donota, where we have invested as PRASA, and then we have created jobs. So I thought that is important for us to note. From Gauteng, we've already transported about 17 of those trains to KZN, and we have already transported about 19 to Western Cape, and we will continue to feed those regions. Chair, in terms of the growth, you'll see patronage, as I will explain, I'll just focus on Naledi. The gaps that you see as you interpret the presentation, Chair, is the period when we had occupations, when we have given contractors to restore the lines. So in October, November, we launched Naledi, but you could see that the numbers are growing, Chairperson. Pinasport on the far north, you'll see also the numbers are growing, and then including all corridors. What is of key interest, Chair? If you look at the December, even though it's a bit skewed, you'll see that Naledi just being introduced, the demand for service in this area was high. From 24,000, the next month we have reached about 184,000, and as we are speaking, we have already surpassed 200,000 demand in terms of patronage. And graphically, you'll see that our numbers are increasing. It's only December when we then had to close the system to allow for construction, and we are picking up the numbers, Chairperson. Now, responding lastly as a slide, how we are responding to the public demand. The issue now, Chair, is to say where we are running the current services, we are increasing capacity. Now, Lady, when we started, Chairperson, we started with 2 trains, and then we have migrated to 4 trains that are giving us about 36 train trips. So what we are doing is to enhance the infrastructure, build more crossovers. Crossovers give us the ability to cross over trains as one of the strategy. And then also what we are doing, Chair, we are bringing about critical stations like your core stations focusing at the home stations. In Naledi specifically, we are left with 2 stations that still needs to come through, which is your Grosvenor and Mayfair, which will be coming soon within this financial year. And then as one of the item to respond to the public demand, Chairperson, is to look at modernization, where we are deploying the new fleet. As I've said, for Gauteng, we have taken a view that from an operational strategy, we'll want to utilize the blue trains. Already in the service, we have 20 of those trains running. And then with Leralla, that is coming through, with your Pretoria coming through, we are intending to add additional 8 trains, which means by the end of the financial year, March, we'll be running with about 28 trains in the service, out of the 80 that we've been given. Chair, that's basically what I wanted to share. These are some of the works that have been carried out by our infrastructure teams, the electrical project. You'll see how the substation were looking like when they were vandalized. These are the new pictures that you see as we deliver. And then, Chair, you might ask to say, as we are delivering, how are we dealing with the security element? As I've said initially, we are looking at fencing and holding so that we are able to protect the infrastructure. But, Chair, we have Gauteng specifically, we have a ratio of 50-50 of internal security people that are working for PRASA, employed by PRASA, and then 50% is outsourced. It's about 1,930 each. And then we have a support of about 6 outsourced contractors that makes that the 1,936 number. And then the further approach, Chair, as I said, we want to fence off the community section to make the railway safer and provide also food brooches for safer access. Chair, I'll want to leave it there. Thank you so much.
No, thank you very much, Mr. Malafani and Mr. Kabutle, for the presentation. I think it's, I think one of the things that is helpful for us is to understand the work that's being done and the magnitude of the work that's being done. And I think, as I said at the start, that's why we decided we wanted to have this meeting here in Naledi. Because when we met with you last year, we were raising our concerns about Soweto and the number of commuters that were not able to make use of train services and the fact that train services are cost effective. When we went on the train from Salisbury to Tshwane Station, we were engaging with commuters and they were saying to us the amount of money they were saving by using that train. And I think we all share the joy and happiness that this line is back in operation. I did see some people nodding here when you were talking about the train service, the demand that is increased. And it just shows that trains play a big part in transporting commuters. So, but thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's also encouraging to see some of the other lines that are being planned on. Obviously, the very sad tragedy in Boksburg. Well, obviously, as you say, has had an impact, and as I say, a very sad tragedy, the loss of life there. And I guess that's something that we have to understand. I think you were saying that bridge has to be reconstructed, and that's seriously going to delay that service. But we look forward to other lines coming on board as well, some from the West Rand. I see Randfontein is there. But I also saw, if I can just say this, it seems like most of the lines you anticipate will be back on service, if I read the presentation correctly, by the third, fourth quarter of the 23-24 financial year. Is that correct? Is that the understanding?
Yes, Chair, it's about October this financial year. This the 2023. Yeah, the new financial year. Yes. The new financial year.
But I mean, that I think is good news as well. So that we see all of these train services back in operation. And as I said at the start, you don't account to us, we don't perform oversight, but we will continue to engage to get those updates as those lines come on board. But I think for all of us, it's good news that we're seeing so much progress here in Gauteng. Members, I think I'm just trying to manage time here because we must be at the station before 2:15. It's raining. Now I just want to check from members. Can I ask yourselves to stay here? Can I ask yourselves to stay here? Because I just want to check with members of the committee. And I'll tell you why I'm doing this, because I want to allow members to get something to eat if they want to before they go. And I can continue so that we take contributions and questions from everybody here. But I just want to check with members if there's any questions anybody has in terms of the presentation that we've received from PRASA. Is there anybody? Member Ndlavana, Member Khadebe? Then I'll take Member Ndlavana, Member Duplessis. That's it. So I think 2. So Member Ndlovana?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Let me welcome the presentation. Chair, I just wanted to find out from PRASA that is there any infrastructure plan with regard to the Pinang-Spoort station for the crossing of people from Mamelodi to that 100 to Mamelodi, because you know, there is no safety in that area. Even cars are just crossing on the railway line. I just wanted to find out, in terms of your plan, is there anything? That's the only thing which I needed to ask, Chair.
Thanks, Member Ndlovana. Member Du Plessis.
Chair, thank you very much. Yes, also just thank you very much for the presentation. I just want to make a comment that I think that you guys have done great work, you know, in very little time, and there's a lot in our future regarding rail transport, being it people and goods. But the only question that I have is, you did indicate Oberholzer, but I didn't see that there's a linkage that is envisioned, or are you going to Oberholzer? And I take it that's Oberholzer in Carltonville. Are you guys going there later on? Thank you.
Okay, nobody else from the committee? Just a quick question I want to ask, because when we've been in Ekurhuleni, there's always been a lot of keenness to see those rail services back in operation. Now, with the bridge that must be rebuilt in Boksburg, is there a way that commuters can take the train from Davidton? I think that's where it starts. And is there a station before Davidton they can get off? Is there anything that you are maybe considering to be able to assist commuters to use part of the line, then to get from there past Boksburg? It's just a question of clarity, because there may well be something that you're looking at. I don't know. But I know also in the West Rand, there's a lot of, I'm aware of keenness to see that rail service up and running, particularly Randfontein, that line, which I think goes through Krugersdorp, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And so Krugersdorp is effective as well,
Krugersdorp,
all of those lines. But I think you've indicated to us the plans around there. But I think those are really the questions that were asked. So back to yourselves, and then after that, I'm opening straight up to everybody for questions to the department and PRASA. But back to yourselves.
Thanks, Chairperson. With regards to the Pinang-Spoort surroundings and the plan, we have an integrated plan with the TFR Transnet with regards to the operations of the line. From Mamelodi up to Pinang-Spoort, going further, the ownership of the line is sitting with Transnet, but we have an agreement on how to manage the line. The current projects that we are having now, as I speak, Honourable Member, we have appointed a service provider to deal with the Pinang-Spoort level crossing, to deal specifically with the dangers as you have highlighted, the crossings. We have observed over time that we have as little as about 8 years and so on crossing. So we have responded. We have a contractor now currently working there to secure and make sure that the level crossing is safe. But also, while we are doing the level crossing, we are also dealing with the drainage issue. Because when it rains, it floods, and it sometimes interferes with our rails. So we have a contractor working. In areas where we do not have proper footbridges, which is the city's responsibility, we have acted as PRASA to deploy what we call a pedestrian level crossings. To attempt to make them safer, we deploy our security personnel that will then allow community members to cross the railway track safely. We will continue. I think we've identified in Gauteng about 49 bridges that needs to be erected to deal with the issues of safe railway crossings. To a certain extent, with others, we have finalized the scoping. It's just the issue that soon we'll just have to approach the market. So there is a plan in Binasport, and as we speak, it's in motion, Honorable Member. With regards to Obereza, our recovery approach for Gauteng is in phases. Phase 1, which I have already shared, and phase 2, Obereza, based on and technically based on the numbers, it's on phase 3, numbers including the scarcity in terms of capital fund. So it's on phase 3, which will then come possibly around towards the end of 2024. However, scoping, as I'm speaking, the team is out dealing with the infrastructure scope of what is required in terms of for us to be able to respond. With regards to the Davidton, the said incident that drew us back, what we are looking at, Chair, the similar approach that we followed for Pretoria-Johannesburg link, as opposed to wait for the full resumption of Pretoria-Johannesburg, we have adopted a partial deliver. Pretoria, Kalfontein, Leralla, Germiston, and the link. So with Davidton, the team is working. As we're speaking, there is a committee that the group CEO have already appointed to look specifically on how can we accelerate Davidton. And amongst other consideration is those specific views to say how can we introduce a partial service, whether we're able to bypass the affected area or not, and it will come out. I guess probably in the next session when we meet, we'll share more on it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Malafani and Mr. Kaputle. Thank you so much. What are we going to do now is going to just quickly, before I open for questions, because I must just quickly finish these agenda items, otherwise we can't finish off the meeting properly. But just to say to members, if I can quickly, on the agenda that we had adopted, we've got items on the study on the political economy of transport in the province, and you would have seen on the committee program. It's on the committee program. Free to go down, that's fine. In terms of resolution tracking, there is none. I'm busy doing this because there's nobody from the committee section. They're busy sorting out things. On the NCOP and provincial bills, you'll know that there are provincial bills that are going to be coming to the committee, and there are provincial briefings that will be arranged by the NCOP to the committee. And there are also, on the 8th of March, there is a briefing session on the National Road Traffic Amendment Bill and the National Land Transport Amendment Bill. But the committee section will give further details as we get closer to that. I'm advised that on petitions, there are no petitions, although we still need to get an update on the bulk referral by the Standing Committee on Petitions to Transport, Roads and Transport, or Transport and Logistics, to see how far they are in responding. On correspondence, I'm told there's none. The date of the next meeting, very briefly, is Thursday, the 16th of February. It'll be in Ekurhuleni. We're dealing with, there's a feedback session that's where the department still has to give feedback on a number of matters that were raised by various communities, particularly in Ekurhuleni and Tshwane. We'll also be dealing with the adoption of reports by the committee, and we'll also be getting a response from the department on questions we've raised around the third quarter, which we dealt with earlier on, as well as presentations on the Transport Infrastructure House, and also a matter dealing with scholar transport and the role of the department in providing scholar transport. But all the matters on that for that agenda are on the committee program. I wanted to go through that quickly so that we've been able to deal with all of those items. So on that note, members, I know the team will assist with lunch, so you're able to have lunch before we go to the train. But what I want to do now is I want to open up to members of the community, stakeholders, guests that are here, that would like to engage with the Department of Transport and Logistics, matters that may have been raised during their presentations, PRASA as well. There may be other items that you may want to ask the department about, Department of Transport and Logistics. I will open up, and there are roving microphones. Are there roving microphones? Who's got the microphones? Okay. So what I want to do quickly, I want to check the hands, and what I'm going to do, please bear with me, I'm going to start this side and come this side. So there's a hand here, person in the black hat, directly behind you, number 2. So it's number 1, number 2, then the gentleman over there, number 3. I'll take the lady over there, number 4. Lady in the black top, number 5. Gentleman in the green, number 6. And right at the back, I see somebody with a blue jersey, number 7. So there's 7 hands here, and then I'm coming here afterwards. I will ask you to try and be as brief as possible, because we will have to close the session by about 2, just after 2, because we need to get to the train. But over to you. Please just give your name and then ask your question.
Malefa Matilda Jewelne. I'm from World 25 Pinville under Councillor Kwaping. The question I have is for PRASA, and which I want to know, because I saw on that screen saying that Vredendal line is on a yellow line because it's owned by Transnet. So it's by March, from Mayfair until we are going to so what I want to know, from Mayfair until Vredendal, thank you.
Take all 7 questions. They will note. In fact, I'm going to come this side as well. And so we'll finish here, come this side, take all the questions, and then they'll respond. I hope that's okay with everyone. Number 2?
Okay, number 2. My name is Keswal Tlo. The question is, I have 2 questions. Question number 1 is from the lady of DG for transport. How le khutsetsa chelete ko treasury e kana e le hore di township ona tse dina le di progo tsa gale ona tse di senyeile o gona go tlosisa no re batla go tseba hore di progo tse di tlo lokaneng o re etsa go tlo etsagalang ya B2 question e ke na le yona e ya ho CEO ya ntwena ya Gautrain ke batla go tseba hore since a ememolane tsa bua ntho tse kaofela a ka utlwa ka training ya youth ya rona ya location height than nix and uthola budget from treasury and ke believe hore Gautrain hona ja e service about 5% ya population ya Gauteng 5% because almost I regret so it go fela maybe I sebedisa kana go mthate wa Soweto then what about hore di project tsa hae ke eng ho re tlisa mo location ho traina bana youth ya rona hona tse ke mo ho 20 na le 70% ya youth e sa sebetseng ke kopa ntjwetse hore o tlo etsa jwang ho tla mo ho tinyaka especially a tlo re thusa hore re bone hore youth ya rona e sebetsa jwang hore e traina jwang ba tlo le go tsa tšhelete go thwene go treasury which means we fail. They are failing us.
Okay, number 3.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mine is, some of them are just comment, but some of them needs to, to be food for thought for the team itself. There was a comment I just wanted to know in regard to the future ridership in terms of Gautrain. I'm looking at senior citizens, for instance. Are they covered in that area of the Gautrain? The other one is the issue of the licenses, driver's licenses. You know, in the past, since the COVID issue, if you would like to renew your license, you'd be asked to do it online, which was a challenge by then. I don't know whether it still applies in that regard. The other thing is the scholar transport issue in this country. Can the team look at the scholar transport? It must be regulated in regard to transport scholarship in the township. The other one would be the Reavaya issue. Can you please attend to the Reavaya? It's a nightmare traveling by Reavaya in the township. There are these feeder buses that ferry commuters from one area to, it's just a nightmare. Can the team look at the Reavaya issue? The other thing is the extension of, I heard people talking about, it has been said many a times, about Gauteng moving from Randfontein to this area. You know, there are communities who are staying in the township along Soweto, in Soweto, Dorenkop area, where to go to Naledi station, you need to get a taxi to go to Naledi station. So there's a space where another station could be built further down. I'm requesting that as a team, or even PRASA, you can be able to go to that area and find out whether a new station can be built before Naledi station. Lastly is the issue of markings in Joburg. Some of us are in Johannesburg on a daily basis. You go to between corner Elof and JP, the cameras are not functioning. Corner Elof and Bree, cameras are not functioning. Nugget and JP, Moy and JP, there's crime all over the country. We who are in Joburg on a daily basis encounter crime because of cameras that are not functioning. So the road markings also, you don't, if you are not born in Johannesburg, you wouldn't know where Market Street is because the streets are not marked in Johannesburg. You would never know where Miriam Makeba is if you are not familiarize yourself with Johannesburg. Thank you very much.
That was number 4. Number 4.
Thank you, Chair. I think I've got 3 questions. My name is Paul Soto. The first question is, since Gautrain is increasing with the rideship, I understand the CFO indicated that they've increased to 2.6 billion. I don't know if that one, it's a subsidy, they're subsidizing Gautrain, or it's a man that are assisting Gautrain as an organization. And the other question that I'm having, Chair, is to Gautrain CEO. From the products that he is having of he said that he got a product for students, and can't he also consider the senior citizens for discounts so that they can also participate to those products and benefit out of it? And the other one that I want to request is to PRASA is regarding to Vereeniging line. Vereeniging line, people from Vereeniging, they are coming from Vereeniging to Joburg. If you can check, they spend something like 60 to 70 rand a day. And with a train, if they can consider in putting that line as a priority in terms of their recovery plan. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Number 6. Number 5, sorry, number 5, my apologies.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Kegni. My first question is it's about logistics. That how can the price of the projects have a price cut yet they don't commence? What happens to the next year annual year budget? My second question it's for the service delivery. That when service delivery is compromised or delayed, then how do they raise money for it in continence of proceeding with the projects? And then my third question is, how do they deal with the incompletion of the programs that are accounted for and allocated for, but yet are not commenced for the next annual year? And is it possible that you're saying that it's a friendly user transport, yet other people cannot participate in that transporting? Like, so many people are not accounted in the Gautrain program, like elders, like school kids, and whereby they are the people who add to our economy, by the way. And the other one is, what happens right now, as there was COVID-19, what happens if there's collateral damage for these trains that are bought in Brazil and other places, whereby what's going to happen to us again? Thank you.
Number 6.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Nobuhle Buthelezi, Batupili passenger representative from Soweto. My request is, Portfolio Committee, can you please assist us with PATCO? We are having a serious problem when it comes to PATCO transport. PATCO is not delivering the services to the people of Soweto. PATCO is adding unemployment in Gauteng. People are losing jobs because of PATCO. Can you please, Portfolio Committee, help us with PATCO, please? If it's possible, can you please add another bus company that is going to assist PATCO, because PATCO is failing people of Soweto. Thank you.
And then number 7.
Thank you very much, Chair of the session. Let me firstly commend the GPL for embarking on this particular roadshow. When we speak of Batupili principle, we are referring to such, because of you guys exist to actually serve us as residents. My question is in relation to PRASA. It's directed to the PRASA presentation. We previously encountered so many challenges which are known to all of us here, those who have been using GADO train for quite a number of years. So my question to the acting CEO is that, is he at liberty to ensure all of us here that we are not going to encounter the challenges that we encountered previously? We know those issues. So can we be affirmed by the CEO today that we are not going to be confronted by what we confronted, by what we were confronted previously? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I come this side and see the hands on this side? All right. There's a lady at the back there. Then there's a gentleman there in the grey top, and then a gentleman here in front in the light brown top. I think it's only 3 hands that I'm seeing. So that's those 3 hands that I'll take. Number 1, number 2, number 3.
I just want to know that will the transport, especially for the PRASA, will it actually work like before? Normally when you go to Germiston, you have to aboard at Johannesburg station. So I just wanted to know that, can they just make one route if they extended the line to Germiston? Because it's like we're running around like headless chicken. We have to go to another platform to actually get a train to Germiston. So it will be easier and most convenient for commuters to actually have one train taking you to the same place like Germiston. And secondly, I just heard that there will be jobs like tendering. So with our unemployment rate, especially here in Naledi, why would they actually pay a tender, and then the tender must pay the employer? So why can't they just hire people from Naledi, give them jobs so that we can all work? Thirdly, I also want to ask the Road and Transportation Department that, may you kindly come and fix our roads here. We have a bridge down there whereby school kids are actually coming from Naledi going to Mirafi school. When it's rain, it's havoc. They can't even cross that bridge. The walls of that bridge are broken. The bridge you can hardly cross. So it's Naledi extension, even the outline road, you can't, the road is just in a mess. So I think one day before, like if you're not in a hurry for the train, you can actually come and just have a trip around Naledi, especially those sides, whereby because of the water is actually flowing down. So there should also be reconstructions there, whereby there must be a drainage system that will work well for us. Thank you.
Your name and surname?
Oh, my name is Sebaba Tsontsala. Okay.
Super, thank you very much. Gentleman there.
Thank you, Chair. Hey, I'm very much disappointed, my leader. I'm very disappointed by the portfolio committee. You cannot come and bring people here to present the information, whereas you don't give us copies so that we can be able to refer and to be able to ask questions on those documents, at least to know what is currently happening. Because what have been said here already, some of the issues that have been said, we have already lost them. But it was your responsibility to ensure that, it was your responsibility to ensure that as members of the community, we have that access to that information. Secondly, I just want to make it clear and straight that Gautrain was meant for the rich people. We were not supposed to get, as ordinary members of Soweto here, I don't think Gautrain was meant for us as ordinary members of Soweto here, because we are not getting, then my question is, why are we having Gautrain instead of having one rail transport that is meant for all members of the province of Gauteng? And then, as I mentioned, some of the questions, I just lost some of the questions because I don't have the documents here. It was your responsibility to come with those documents, to bring those documents with you here so that we can be able to refer to them. But those were the important question, that why is Gautrain only being used by the people who are rich? Only the rich people are the ones who are using Gautrain, but the poor have to use what? The PRASA system. Thank you.
Thank you. Number 3, the last hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Johannes Mangaba. I'm a ward committee member in development and planning. Yeah, so I'm here to speak about PRASA. So for the past 2 months, I've been using train from Naledi to town just to feel how it is going. But now I've noted some major concern that I have. The concern number 1 that I have is that the rail, according to me, is not ready for this type of train. Because when you are inside, sometimes it's scary, it's bumpy too much, whereby if it can go, if the high speed, it will go off the track. Yeah, then you can witness this because now they are riding it slowly. My question is now, will it continue to ride slowly until forever? Because they are scary, because they may not spot it that I've noticed it. There is a point between Merafi and Tanzani, and the other point is between Pumulong and Pefeni. Now, so the other concern is that the platform at Pumulong and Pefeni, they are so low that even elders can't go on train. Last time when I'm inside the train, there was an elder who wanted to come inside the train. But the problem was she couldn't go in. We have to carry her up. The platform is lower, the train is higher. That was
Somebody just help with the microphone.
microphone.
It's on.
That's Pumulong and Pefeni and Bramfontein. The platforms are so low. The last concern with PRASA that I have is Park Station. Johannesburg Park Station, it's a dungeon. It's dark. The lights are dim and there's a stench inside. You can't even wait for a train inside the platform. You have to wait up the stairs. Then when the train comes, that's the only time you'll go in and board the train. Yeah, that's the park station I have. The other one is, but in this bus is Reavaya. You talked about budget, but you have never talked about subsidizing Reavaya for the poor. Reavaya is expensive more than the taxis. The taxis to go from here to town is 22 rand. Reavaya is 30 rand. Because when Reavaya came on, it was cheaper than the taxis because the government created this as a most effective way and cheaper way for the people to travel. But now it's more expensive than the taxis. Number two is that Reavaya is here, you can see it, but it's not accessible for everyone. Because when you want to go to Reavaya, you can't even buy a ticket anywhere. You have to take a taxi and pay 17 rand to go to Dlamini to buy the ticket for Reavaya, meaning 17 rand plus 30 rand, which is expensive for a normal person. Yeah, so I'm requesting the portfolio committee to look into these things and fix them. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much to everybody who's asked questions. There were questions to PRASA, to the department, and to Gautrain. Sorry? The problem, okay, you can, yeah, just very quickly. I can't take more hands, but we'll take your hand, ma'am.
Dumelang kaofela. My concern is about the roads, what do we call, humps. As you are going to Naledi Station just now, Mr. Chairman, I ask you to just check the street right on the stop sign here, down until Naledi Station. Reavaya uses this main road until the busiest road that you are going to. We don't have humps. We've been doing petitions. People from Naledi around the main road there, and then giving it to the councillors, even the previous councillors. Nothing has been done. How long does it take if maybe we have that kind of a problem to be solved? And then no one comes to us to say, okay, fine, we have received your petition. Maybe within 6 months or 1 year, we will do that. People have been hit by buses. Cars have been damaged. So we are asking you to go and check it while you are going down there. Maybe something will be done. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to hand over to PRASA first because they're supposed to go with us on this train ride. I've allowed other members to go and eat. If we don't finish the questions, I will let members go on the train. I will stay here so we can finish off. So what I want to do, I want to ask PRASA to respond. There are a number of questions like Reavaya issues, road markings in the CBD of Johannesburg, crime in Johannesburg, the Reavaya issues, speed humps. Some of those fall under the city of Johannesburg. So Reavaya is not a provincial service, it's a city service. So we've made some notes of these. You'll know that there's a new administration in the city of Johannesburg. There's a new MMC for transport in Johannesburg. So what we will do as a committee, we'll find a way of engaging with the new MMC for transport and forward some of these issues to them because these are matters that they must look at. So I just wanted to indicate that. But can I ask, is there a roving microphone? Can we have a roving microphone for PRASA, please, so that PRASA can deal with the questions?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the questions. Some of the questions, obviously, they are taken as inputs. I'll just be very quick. With the first question that talked about the Vereeniging Metrorail. We have a service from Vereeniging to up to Union. The only link that is outstanding is Union to Germiston. And as part of the presentation, I made a commitment that we will deliver that portion of the line by March 2024. Based on the working arrangement with Transnet, because of we are servicing both freight and passenger, we should be able to accelerate, Chair, to the point that we can then look at December 2023. With regards to the other part of Vereeniging, indeed, we have prioritized Vereeniging, is going through scoping. In fact, the initial plan, Chair, was to run a diesel locomotive service from Residential up to Johannesburg. Unfortunately, because of the diesel locomotive scarcity with Transnet, we had to put that in place and in hold. However, we are going out on market approach to look for additional diesel locomotives. So as soon as we complete the procurement phase, we should be able to reintroduce the diesel loco. But our first prize, Chairperson, is to consider getting the electrified service. With regards to the issue around COVID and so on, we have a COVID plan that ensures business continuity. If COVID becomes alive again, or it's still at its, but if it rises, we do have a plan that we've implemented before when we resumed the services during the COVID period. And Chair, if it comes to a point where we have to ground the trains, rest assured that we have security around that will protect the trains. In fact, if you go to Braamfontein as we speak, you'll realize that we have already deploying a high-level military grade walling to protect these assets. With regards to the issues of the challenges, I guess you've challenged the CEO. I take the challenge as the regional manager to say, join us today in the train, and then you'll pick up that the majority of those challenges that you experience are a thing of the past. Obviously, there's still an element of improvement. But if you join us today and you experience the train, you'll know that we have advanced, be it cleanliness, be it security, be it information, be it so on. So it's a commitment that as PRASA, as we are working, we are fixing the challenges of the past. Now, with regards to the issue of the interchange, interchanges, unfortunately, it's a required inconvenience. You go globally, you go all over, there are interchanges. We can't avoid them, largely because of the network capacities and obviously the travel patterns. But however, we can always look at how best can we have trains that link where it's required. The copies is not mine. But we will, as PRASA, we are always, Chairperson, engaging the UCV, where we share information with the expectation that they share with communities. And the presentation that we have shared today is public information, and it can be shared. With regards to, once you feel the current modern train, you will realize that the standard, as much as we are still working, is moving towards meeting the Gautrain standard even beyond. And for interchanges purposes, or rather connectivity interface purposes, we are able to connect with Gautrain at park stations. You are able to move from one service to another service, vice versa. You are able to do that in Pretoria as well. You are able to do it at Rhodesfield. Rhodesfield, if you are in the Metrorail service and you want to go to the airport, you have an opportunity to then connect through Rhodesfield. So the systems are interchanged. However, as PRASA, if you look at the modern train, comparatively speaking, it is either at the standard of Gautrain. In fact, from a safety point of view, in terms of flows and so forth, it's an international product that we brought. And lastly, Chairperson, with regards to the question, or rather the fear that was raised regarding the Bambi ride, the train is a air system train. It makes driving as comfortable as possible. However, it's correct that the areas concerned, we do have maintenance that is required. Hence, we drive at slow speed to ensure that we guarantee safety. As we speak currently, during off-peak, we have the line occupied. You would have seen that there is a temping machine that is running throughout the line. It makes sure that we improve the quality of the track and make it safe. Once that maintenance is finalized, we'll then increase the speed. With the platform correction, we do have a program that we are tracking. Some platforms, we were looking at the priorities, and those identified station, Pumlong and so on, we will then accelerate their delivery. We have already done quite a number of platforms that are level with the train to precisely deal with the issues of the gap between the train and the platform. And with regards to the park station, I take it as a challenge. What we'll do, we have a program though for both commercial and operational area, a partial investment almost around R1 billion to get a park station to the acceptable level. But what we'll do, we'll then prioritize the issues around the lights and the issues of the smelling, which largely is the drainage issue that we are faced with. And obviously because of the development around. Now the capacity of the drain is no longer able to cover the demand. But there is that investment about 1 billion, but partial delivery will then ensure that some of these things are prioritized. Thank you, Chairperson.
No, thank you very much. To the team from PRASA led by the acting CEO, I suggest whoever's going must go. I'm not going. I need to finish this meeting. Other members will go with yourselves on the train. I will not go. So can I then ask for Gautrain? Who's responding on behalf of the Gautrain? Yeah, let's get you a roving mic. My sincere apologies to the acting CEO, but I cannot leave just up and go. So I'll rather let members go on the train, and I'm sure I can go another time. Thanks. Apologies for that. Over to yourself, sir.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Preston Mabena. I'll try and respond to some of the issues that have been raised, especially on Gautrain. Some of the comments I will take with, and I will share that with the CEO, and I'm sure we will be able to take that on board. Just the first issue that has been raised by the on training. I think we need to do a lot more of awareness and communication of what opportunities are there in the Gautrain. We take youth graduates on a 3-yearly basis to train them. We've taken another number of youths now. They've started in January for a 3-year cycle of training as graduates. And then I think if you can, maybe those who know, you'll know that a lot of the train drivers in the Gautrain through the operator are youth and mostly women. The next issue that has been raised, I think there's 2 issues that are related about senior citizens and access of older people in the system. I think earlier on, the CEO in his presentation talked about the senior citizen products that are introduced where they get a reduction in the fare and all and a whole of that. But also the access that has been spoken about. At the Gautrain stations, you'll be, if you are maybe on a wheelchair, you can easily access the Gautrain. You just push the wheelchair. The platform and the train are leveled. There's no issues where the platform is higher, or you just can come in with a wheelchair. So it's easier for also senior citizens, older people. I know there's been a few rides where communities, especially here in Soweto, have been taken on the train. Elderly people from non-profit organizations or NGOs around Soweto have been taken on the train ride up to Pretoria to experience the train. So I think also what we need to do, take opportunity of the free rides on those specific weekends where you can travel to park and then take the Gautrain and then experience the ride. Some of the comments, I think, as I said, it's comments, and I think PRASA has touched on the critical part that, you know, the trains that they are introducing now, they are at the same standard as the Gautrain. And you can also, you know, interchange from one PRASA station into the Gautrain, especially Park, Pretoria, and Rhodsville. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Can we then hand over to the department? CFO, you will determine who needs to respond
Okay, thank you
on
very
the various
much, Chair.
questions.
I will start with the DDG for transport. He will respond on PATCO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I just want to see her. Yeah, Patco. Yeah. Ke kgopela hore o mpone after the meeting. I just want to get a bit of detail because Patco operates certain routes from Soweto to various destinations and back. So I just want to get a bit of information in terms of which route are you referring to in particular, so that we attend to the matter. Okay. Okay. If like I'm chance to investigate it, Chairperson, if I can be given a chance to investigate this matter in detail, in terms of, so that we can have a remedial action on this matter, if you allow.
May I suggest that you get the lady's name? She's from a particular commuter
Yeah.
group. Get her contact details so that you can get a sense exactly what are some of the key issues that,
Yes.
they're referring to.
Yeah,
That's
I'll
what I'm
engage with her.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. DDG Mukubane will respond on the issue of the bridges.
Okay, thank you, CFO, and thank you, Chairperson. Ntate mola a ke lebetse leina la hae. Mang? Keswelo o botsisitse ka hore na why re sa lokishe di-bridge tse di thubegileng in the area. So the challenge re nang le yona ke hore di-bridge tse bolelang ka tsona di ka be di le under the jurisdiction ya municipality. Rena re lebeletse tsa di provincial roads. However, ke tlo kgopela hore through you, Chairperson, if we can get the list of those bridges that collapsed in the area, then we can also interact with the municipalities, the JRA, because we're working together in sorting our roads. And the same goes to the potholes that were mentioned that we need to resolve. If they can give us those details, we will be able to refer them to our JRA so we can resolve them. We're working together. It's not that we cannot go and fix them. They need to fix them. But I must say that as per the Premier's announcement, there's a program called TISH where we are still busy sorting out our relationship in dealing with the township issues like the roads in the townships. So we will be able to deal with those roads. And then there was a question about the incomplete projects. I'm suspecting that those incomplete projects are also under the municipality roads, but we will engage with our JRA colleagues and the municipality to be able to respond to those roads that were mentioned. Then the other thing is that tabauring chelete ya bushetjwa kwale ising as tabauring e bushetjwa then mereko audie e bridge ka thubea re don't know if fixa like there is a Hendrik Potgieter which was not planned but we are busy fixing it. So we have what we call the bridge management system in the department which looks at the bridge. Our bridge there is a lifespan. So our bridge 8 years 10 years we know about 9th year, we need to now procure service providers to that bridge. So that's about it, I think. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Let me just, before I go into the questions, I'm sure it probably it's already might be causing a frustration to some of you when you're hearing that maybe the road is not a provincial road, it's a municipal road, and you're thinking, but then how are we supposed to know? And where are we supposed to go if we come here and we're told that this is not a municipal or a provincial road? And you'll remember that at the beginning when we spoke about where we are moving to as a department, we introduced our intergovernmental department unit. And the intergovernmental unit, which have said that we elevating its mandate, it's a unit that interacts, connects the department with municipalities and other stakeholders. And one of the primary reasons for that is to actually deal with issues such as this, where we have issues that are raised and have to be dealt with as municipal roads or, provincial roads. So that's where we are moving, not only as a department, but as government. The second issue that I need to talk to is the issue of the integrated transport network system, which is where we are moving not only as Gauteng province, but as government. And the integrated network system, what it talks to is that we should be having an overall single network. And that is exactly where government is moving. So when we're talking 2030, 2050, or maybe even closer, we will not be having this situation where some roads, municipal roads, cannot be attended to by provincial road. We will not be having situations where you cannot report issues to the province, but you can only report them to the municipality. So, Chair, I just want to highlight that to the community, that that is exactly where government is moving. As a department, we are busy with that project with other stakeholders, the municipalities and other relevant stakeholders, so that we move. Back to the questions, there was a question around tendering. The question said, why do you bring tendering? Why can't there be jobs? Yes. Now, let me talk to that. As government, as the Gauteng Department of Transport and Logistics, we have a responsibility to overall economic growth through job creation, through development of entities. Therefore, when we spoke about, the databases, when we spoke about women, youth, we spoke about people with disabilities, that did not mean that we are not talking about job creation. As we speak as a department, the MEC, since she joined, she is actually busy with a program where we will be recruiting about, I think it's 300 interns. And that is about young people. Her focus, the focus of the department, is about young people. And we have quite a number of internships that we are issuing out to young people. And like I said, we have a special project of about 300 interns that we will be, recruiting. But in addition to that, the focus is to make sure that when we bring infrastructure projects to the corridor, that we monitor our service providers to ensure that jobs are created to the citizens, especially young people within the corridor where the infrastructure projects are located. So it is not just about the tendering, but for those who want to be in business, who are running businesses in different sectors, catering, they are in construction, we have a responsibility to empower those people. For those who are just looking for job opportunities, we have a responsibility to provide that platform, and we are actually doing both. I think that is the question that was not answered. I think all other questions, Chair, they have been answered. Please alert me to any question that has not been answered so that I can attend to it. Thank you very much.
No, thank you very much, CFO. I think certainly PRASA answered all the questions. I had to let them go because we had arranged to go on this train trip, and I had to let them go with the other members of the committee, so they've gone. I think Gautrain have answered some of the questions. There were some comments as well. But I think they've answered their questions. and certainly I think from roads and transport and logistics. Most of I think all the questions have been answered. There are matters that relate to municipality, the Joburg municipality. I think DDG Mokobani has already indicated that they will check up on these bridges. He's asked for details of where the bridges are so they can establish whether those fall under the province or the municipality. So I think questions have been answered. I think the gentleman at the back there who raised the issue of presentations, it's noted. We don't normally print presentations, even for ourselves. We don't print presentations, but it's noted. We'll certainly look at that in our future engagement. We accept that. So on that note, I think we've come to the end of this particular session, and I would like to thank all of you for having come to attend. Sorry, I see somebody signaling me, and I'm reluctant to try and open up because I must also close. Sorry? No, that's what I've said. Okay, all right. Just hang on. All right, let me just quickly deal with that. Sorry? Sorry? That's why I decided not to go, because there was going to be nobody to chair the session. I think firstly on Ria Vaya. Ria Vaya is not a provincial bus service. It's run by the municipality. It's a municipal service. That's why you have Ria Vaya in Johannesburg. You have a different, similar service under a different name in Ikuruleni, in Tshwane, etc. So some of the comments that were raised about Ria Vaya, that's why I said we've made some notes about the Ria Vaya issues. And we will take those up with the municipality because it's not a provincial competency. So it's difficult for the province to answer because it's not their service. But I've made some notes here on the Ria Vaya issues. We have a recording as well. So with the committee support team, we'll get all the issues raised about Ria Vaya over and above what we've noted. And we'll have to forward that to the municipality. There's a new administration in the city of Johannesburg. I'm sure you would have seen there's a new mayoral committee member responsible for transport, Councillor Kenny Kunene. And so we'll have to make sure these issues get channeled through to his office. Okay? On the issues of Gautrain, I know there were, and I'm not going to reply for Gautrain. I don't work for Gautrain. But there were comments raised about Gautrain being a service for the rich, etc., etc. You also raised, I think you raised issues about the Eskom issues and about the energy issues, if I'm not mistaken. Unless you want to repeat your question, then Gautrain can answer. As I say, I'm here. We will continue as long as we need to continue. I've got the whole afternoon, so I can remain here with yourselves. Can we get a roving microphone, please? Is there a roving microphone? Just so that we can raise the Gautrain issues and then they can respond. Is that all right?
I'll repeat my question again for Gautrain. Gautrain. Ke eng ditho tsena tse di nang le tsona what you call tsena le tsona for youth ya lokshin e le tlo itlisa mo lokshin hore le train bana ba rona ba ntwena ba lokshin hore ba kgone ho sebetsa Gautrain. Because already hona tjena le technician mo Gauteng di dutse mo Soweto di dutse di IT specialist di dutse. You understand? Still mar la qasha go ntwene go Gauteng ha re tsebe re qasha jwang ho etsahala eng o kgona ho tlisisa mar lona le re qasha batho. Hona tse krana NPO ya youth development. Ke le mo ka ofela wena Soweto ka ofela wena Mdeni Zola Naledi Tladi ha ya live in one o sebetsang Gautrain ba youth go jwetse ntate ha ona live in one o sebetsang Gautrain mare service ing e service batho ba Gauteng. Then go botsa hore di program tsona le ntsona tsotsa di tlisang di lokshin di rane di lokshin re tsebe hore program so e tla ka Gautrain ke tse feng o tsona le ntsona o tlo bana le tsona o re jwang ke ntwe ke ibutseng.
Thank you, Chair. I think the gentleman is asking about opportunities that might come to, to Soweto through the Gauteng, or programs that we might have that would benefit, the people of Soweto. I mean, I've spoken about the first one, and I understand sometimes opportunities are limited, and there's a variety of our people. Babanyaka misebetsi. I've tried to respond to the first question that you've heard about, the opportunities that we try to bring to the youth. As I spoke about the intake of the graduates, which are youth, we have, I think, Chair, you know that we are running the DLTCs at Gautrain. We've trained people from scratch to run those DLTC. We have one at the Gautrain offices. We have one at the Midrand station. We have one at Centurion, and we're opening one in Sentin. So it's people that have been trained from scratch, and those people are youth. We're opening those DLTC, and I think as opportunities comes, we will look at other areas and open those DLTCs. There is a feasibility study that has been done to do the second phase of the Gautrain. I think you are aware, Chair, that the second phase of the Gautrain is planned to come through up to Jabulani in Soweto here. So it's part of the process, and it has to go through the stages of approvals, and then when it's approved, then the constructions and all of those programs will then start. But those are some of the things that are planned to be coming through to service, especially the west side of the Gauteng province, because now the initial part goes into Park and up there. So we're looking at the what is this, Little Falls and up to Soweto this side. So that will bring opportunities. And then I think the opportunities comes in various ways. I think there's, maybe just to respond, it's not a specific question, this one, but it's information that I think we need to maybe share. The issue of how people that have got businesses can then get opportunities in dealing with government. The central supplier database caters for everyone else. If you register your business in the central supplier database, then you are connected to each and every department and entity, every state-owned enterprise in the country, if you are registered in the central supplier database. What is critical is your address. That should be up to date, because with the program that Premier is running now of township, informal settlement and hostel, they'll be looking at engaging specifically the companies that are situated in the townships. So the address will be very critical. And the one problem that we often find is that when you want to do business with some of the smaller enterprises, there is a return that you have to submit into the previous CIPC, that you have to submit annually. And if that is not submitted annually, your company is flagged. And really, it cannot then proceed to be contacted to do business, because if paperwork is not up to date, either your tax affairs or your returns to the CIPC, it's not updated. It flags it when the request for quotations are being requested, or the tender is a different story, because when you tender, you are then going to be requested to provide all those documentation. But you'll find that the time it takes to correct the administrative processes that are required then delays you, or it then denies you the opportunity to be able to participate in a particular program. So it's quite a number of things, but I would not then say, okay, I fully agree, and I don't know if there's anyone from Soweto who works for the Gautrain, but I know the people that I work with that are staying in Soweto, that I work with there, who stays here in Soweto. Dobsonville, out into Protea and into Orlando that we work with in Soweto, in Gauteng, that I personally work with. So unfortunately, I wouldn't, it's not a question I was answering, but they are those people. So, but it's something that I think we need to look at. And as I said earlier on, is a question of finding a way of publicizing everything that we do and sharing the opportunities as they come. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, I think I need some guidance from yourselves because, and I'll tell you the guidance I need. That's why I decided not to go with, so that we could finish here. Now, I see other hands. Wait, hold on. I need some guidance from yourselves. There's catering, and there's a catering service, and there's food that they need to provide. But also, we can't just keep the food. You know what I'm saying? So I need guidance from yourselves. If you want us to carry on, I'm happy to carry on. But I think ideally we should draw to a close because I took hands. And we agreed there were 7 here, there were 3 here. Answers have been given. And okay.
Yeah, what? Yeah, I second that. It's your conduct.
No, I think let's do this. No, let's do this. I can't, you see, we can't just keep taking hands. We agreed on a certain number of hands. And so, no, wait. If you've got particular questions, the department officials are here. They're here in front. If you've got some particular questions you want to ask them, then I want to suggest come and ask them here. But I think we also need to allow others to have lunch. So, no, I'm not going to take hands now. There's a gentleman there who very clearly told me I must close. And I must listen to what he says, eh? So, right, what I know, you are welcome to come here. I will be here as well. I'm not going on the train. They've gone, so I'm not going there. So if it's a question you want to ask me, I will be here as well, okay? I want to say to all of you, thank you very much for coming, for being with us in this session. I think you've got an opportunity to see how our committee works and how we do our work, how we engage with officials. I think you've got that opportunity. And hopefully when you leave here, you have a better sense of how the legislature works. And the way the committee was working here is very similar to where a committee works in Parliament. That's how we do our work, engaging, asking questions, trying to understand what the departments are saying, etc. So I hope it's been helpful. And I hope some of the information that's been shared has been of use to yourselves and helpful as well. You've asked questions. I know that PRASA have taken note of many of the questions you've asked, the same with the department, the same with the Gauteng. I've also taken some notes here as well. So we want to say thank you very much to all of you for having come, having joined, witnessed, watched how the committee does its work, for the questions you've asked and for the engagements that you've raised, important issues that you've raised. And we really appreciate it. That's why we came here, because we wanted to be able to interact with yourselves and give yourselves an opportunity. As I said at the start as well, the other reason why we came here is we wanted to have a look at the Naledi rail line. So members of the committee have gone, they're on the train already. At some stage, I'll talk to PRASA. Maybe I'll find a way of coming back here myself. But I didn't think it would be correct to leave when we have not finished here. I felt it was important to remain here. Because let me just say this. We are servants to yourselves. There was a gentleman at the back there, in the green. I think it was you, sir. You made it very clear. We are servants. We are here to serve. It's not the other way around. And so that's why I just thought I must explain. That's why I decided to stay. So that we complete the work, complete everything, complete the question session. Otherwise, it would not create a very good impression at all. So, thank you so much. I just want to check now, where is the team? Because I'm not sure where the catering is being provided. I'm not sure where it's from. Is it at the back? At the back there. Okay, so my understanding is you would go outside here, and I'm sure there will be a team to direct where the catering will be provided. My apologies, some of the team have gone with members on the train as well. But my understanding is you'll go out the back here, and that's where the catering and the lunch will be provided. So once again, thank you to the department. Hey, everybody's pointing to me. I don't know where it is. Can I do this quickly? Can somebody from the department just help me find out quickly? Where do everybody go for lunch? Let's just remain seated. Let me just get the exact direction. Sorry for asking you to do that, just to help me. While we're waiting, you'll know that tonight is the State of the Nation address. I think it's at 7 o'clock. But on the 20th, on the 20th of February, the Gauteng Premier Panyaza Lesufi, will be delivering what we call the State of the Province address. I think you must watch the news, the media. I am sure it will be on Facebook, on Twitter, and other platforms. But on the 20th of February, it's not this coming Monday, it's the following Monday, the Premier of Gauteng will deliver the State of the Province address, which is an opportunity for the Premier to share some of the priorities of the provincial government here in Gauteng and what are some of the focus areas for the coming year. I just thought I'd share that information with you while we are waiting. But you can always check the Gauteng Provincial Legislature website, the GPL website, for information of committee meetings that are taking place, where they are taking place, and other activities. I think, here's my help. Hazel, where is lunch being provided for everyone?
Just come out
speak,
here.
Hazel, speak here.
Sorry. Good afternoon, everyone. Lunch will be served. We'll just come out here, take your plate, and then out. But the officials can still go back to where they had tea. Thank you.
Okay. So once again, thank you very much to everybody. Enjoy your lunch. Enjoy the rest of the afternoon. If you want to engage with the officials, they're here at the front. Thank you so much.